Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a wonderful day two. I mean, day one was amazing. We had some really interesting innovations, some grilling questions, and I'm sure a lot of teams had a lot to think about. And it's the second day of the semi-final. I am excited. I hope you guys are excited online and you're excited here physically because I'm stoked. So I'll just go through a short housekeeping and then introduce our judges, and then we'll start with the main activity of the day. So just again, a direction, because we're having some new set of team coming in and also new set of judges as well, in addition to the ones who came in yesterday. So the restroom, particularly for the males, is just behind the welcome banner. The female restroom is upstairs, and the snacks area is just by the kitchen area as well. And if you have any questions, just look for the person wearing the banner mentor or the tag mentor and just ask your questions. So to the teams joining in physically, before you present, please make sure you meet our mentor, Isioma, to confirm your slides and your demo to be sure everything are good. And those joining online you'll be sharing your screen and doing your demo by yourself. So just a tip and a guide for all the presenters. Do not focus solely on your problem statements and solution, because you have a very short time, and we're going to be strict with timing today because we have a lot of teams to get through, and we want to utilize our judges while they're still agile. So we advise that you just take us to your solution, how your solution is solving the problem that you have selected, and then there'll be questions. If you spend too much time on your problem statements, I will happily tell you your time is exhausted. So each team has 5 minutes to present, and the judges have 5 minutes to ask questions. So I'm going to crave the indulgence of our judges to please limit questions. I know there are some very interesting innovations that you want to keep asking questions, understand, their thought process and what they came up, how they came up with it. So, teams or innovations interest you further, just note it down, and we would basically have a cross, match basically between the judge and the team. So we're going to introduce our judges, our wonderful people who have taken time out of their day and schedule to let us know, to basically ask questions. First, the lovely lady to my left. Omolola Sinjalade. She is the team lead design and innovation AFF. Round of applause, guys. Then have a great man here. Yes, Mr. FOB Chibuzo Anthony. He is the director of business supervisory division. Yeah, that's wrong. Sorry, financial policy and regulation CBN. I'm so sorry. Sleep. Yeah. Then next, thank you. We have Abdulmajid Agbola, who's the team lead of Threat Intelligence and Incidents, AFF. Yeah. Then we have some judges online. Please come forward, yes. I have some judges online. We have Prince Inchiba. We have Afolabe Oke, CEO MTech. We have Atinuke, acting CIO of NIBS. We have Mr. Mustafa Haruna Bala, Director of Banking Supervision Division, CBN. We have, next slide, please. Yes, as I said, Prince Inchiba joining us from NIDDA. We have Wale Adebugu joining us from KPMG, Senior Associate, error. We have Benjamin Dada, also who will be joining us shortly, Country Manager, Stage. And we have someone online as well, Sundan Mbavelo, who also joined us online. So thank you very much, all our judges. Thank you so much. So again, like I said, we're craving the indulgence of the judges to stick to a strict timing, 5 minutes, questions, participants 5 minutes. So once your time is up, I will interject and I will stop you and we'll go straight to the questions. So we'll just start with the teams, which is really the interesting bit, right? I'm excited, aren't you guys? So calling on our first team, Team 18. Can we have Team 18 here? Round of applause, guys. Round of applause for Team 18. Okay. Thank you.
Avoid this. And use this. No. Somebody will correct. Mind the camera. That's it.
I'll be coordinating with her because no one's going to next.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Emeka, and I'm the team lead of Team 18. With me today is my partner Ibrahim. Today I'll be walking you through how we're using the Enaira to facilitate financial inclusion for our target market. But first, I'd like to introduce you to my friend Dozier. Dozier is 25 years old, has a Netflix account, and the last time I met with him, he told me about how he was having issues assessing credit. Now, Dozier is not unique. There are 50 million Nigerians just like Dozier who have limited access to credit, and because of this are unable to build out their long-term financial and credit worthiness, which means that they can't do this in the long term. They cannot afford to get credit for things like a home purchase or a car purchase, and that's where we come in. At Team 18, we are building the Enaira credit card, which is a gamified, collateralized credit card that allows users to make easy payments using the Enaira while building up their credit and financial profiles. And now here's how it works. Users can download the credit card and download the app and connect it to their Enaira wallets. They will be able to get a credit limit of up to 100% of what is on their Enaira wallet, which is the collateralized part. Now, as they spend money, they'll be racking up points and cash back, which is the gamified part of it. And as they spend and repay back the credit that they're taking, they can also increase the credit limit that they have access to. We will report all repayments to the 3 major credit bureaus at the end of every 30 days. We calculated our market size based on the funding gap that exists for consumer credit in Nigeria, which is around 74 trillion naira. However, our obtainable market, we've calculated it at 20% of our target market, which is people between the ages of 20 to 40 years old who have a source of income, and that is around 3.7 trillion naira. We plan to obtain the market through our experience taking software products live in this market. And the first step is to target online communities through influencer and a robust educational marketing campaign. By next year, we will then begin to provide our solution to employers who might be interested in offering the card to their staff as an employee benefit plan. And then by 2024, we want to open up our API so that financial institutions and retail organizations can then issue our branded credit cards powered by Enaira to their customers. Next. We're building the front end with Vue.js, HTML and CSS, and vanilla TypeScript, while the back end is based on Flask and Django. The Team 18 team is made up of myself and Ibrahim. I'm a computer engineer and a Google certified project manager. I also previously founded a venture-backed fintech startup called Foundry. And Ibrahim is a product manager and ex-founder of Cowry, which is an alternative credit scoring algorithm. I'll let him walk us through a demo of the product now.
So this is what the product looks like. A user is able to sign up, and then as necessary, they can also sign in. So once they sign into their accounts, they are greeted by the dashboard where they can see their balance. They can add and spend money, which leverages the existing APIs that are provided by the Enaira platform. And they can also do bill payments, which leverages subscription group by biller endpoint. But the key part is the credit card page, which shows them the balance that they have on their credit card. They can also securely view their credit card details and copy these details and use it on an external e-commerce site. Now, each time they get to use this card, they can also get access to points, as Emeka mentioned earlier, and convert it back to Enaira. And there you have it. This is the first credit card powered by.
Next. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. So I would like to invite you to join us as we empower my friend Dozie and the other 50 million Nigerians like him take control of their financial destinies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, team. We're just going to go straight to the questions from the judges.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, your credit card, Enaira credit card, right?
Yes.
It's 100%, basically, Enaira credits collateralized.
Yes.
No incentive. Where's the credit limit?
Yes, so in the beginning, yes, when you download it, you can only access up to 100% of your balance. But the more you spend, the more we understand your spending patterns, the more we'll begin to unlock higher credits for you.
Yeah, so just to add to what he said, you can think of it like your existing provider, maybe your MTN line, your Glo line. And so you realize that if you want to borrow credit the day you register, it's almost impossible. But the more you use it, the more they increase the credit limits that you can get access to. So what we want to do is to understand spending patterns and then use that to increase access to credit for.
So after a while, you understand my limits or my spending pattern. How
Yep.
do you increase my limits?
So basically what you realize is with your card, you'll be able to access higher limits. So you have your Enaira balance on the dashboard, but then when you look at your card, you can begin to look at you can just clearly see what your new limit is, right? So that's basically the way it's going to work. So the way we're looking at it, boosting Enaira adoption is, again, it's collateralized by Enaira. So you need to hold Enaira on that end in order to get access to credit.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Okay, so I think what you haven't answered is, at what point, what are the metrics that determines how you increase my limit? So are you going to tell me that if I've spent up to 100,000, then 100,000 means a 10% increase, or what are the metrics that begin to determine that?
So right there, I think we kind of missed to show that, but it's actually really clearly stated out on the platform saying we call it path to unsecured credits. So if you carry out certain transactions which are generated for you specifically based on your patterns, we will unlock a certain amount of credit for you, depending. I'm not going to say we'll unlock 10% based on this, because these are things that we're still thinking through. But what we know for certain is that if you carry out the actions, I will make it very clear to you, so there's no hidden anything there. On your path to unsecured credit tab, you'll see all you need to do to be able to unlock a certain level of unsecured credits.
Okay, so my second question is, who is going to fund
the Enaira credit card? Or
yes.
You mean the fund? Okay, so there's two ways we intend to fund it. The first way is by using the funds that are locked in the Enaira as collateral to raise funding from fintech platforms who provide that kind of credits. So there's a company in Nigeria now called B57, right? B54, and the one in Kenya is called or even we've also spoken to BOI, and they've indicated interest in providing us with secured credit at a 9% per annum interest rate. So those are two ways. And then the third way is also getting funds from larger funds who do this exact kind of business, which is providing fintechs with the funds that they need to provide collateralized credit to their customers.
Emeka, right? Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. Do you know what credit bureaus do
Yes.
in detail?
As much as we need to know for now.
Okay, that I have is there another meeting going on here? Please, if you must really be here, you are either participating or if you are dealing with purely cash collateralized credit, then call it that. Because for you to talk about anything else outside that, there are so many other parameters and variables that come into play. Because credit bureau, credit rating, credit score, the whole credit arrangement is a regulated space, and the and the credit scoring engine don't come cheap. You may be able to build one, but if you spend some time researching into what goes into a credit scoring machine, that you have money in your account and you use your money up and down, left and right, it's really about less than 1% of what constitutes the basis of determining behavior, because that's what it's all about. Now, my suggestion is just that if you want to call it cash collateralized, that's fine. And if the basis on which the person that will be lending on my activity on my Enaira is basically based on that, that's the person's prerogative. But it does not guarantee the person anything that because I have done a turnover of 1 million on my Enaira account that I'm entitled to 10,000 naira. Just because those that do credit will clearly tell you that that may not be a sole parameter for determining. That's just the feedback that I have. So, but bear in mind that credit scoring proper is actually a regulated space. If you're building a credit scoring engine, which is where the technology is, because as of like yesterday, there was a bit of debate, are you the technology person as per providing the technology, or are you the firm that is using the technology? Once you become the firm using the technology, it's a whole different space that you're entering into, which more often than not is regulated. Okay?
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for Team 18. So we're going to call on the next team, and that is Team 6. Team 6. A round of applause for Team 6, guys.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Israel. So I will start with the problem statement with the screenshot on the Twitter account. Oh, okay, thank you. So someone tweeted that I just made 2 transactions to 2 different accounts and both failed and I was debited. Okay, he was trying to say that okay, the mobile app is a banking mobile app has been giving him issue. Another person replied to the tweet and said, "This I don't want to call the word there, annoyed me. I just came to Twitter to check if I'm not the only one having this issue. Sent money to someone twice and I was debited, and the person was not credited till now and is ours FFS." So the issue is that a lot of people are not banked in Nigeria, and there is no any other reason because they were not financially included, and they were scared. There is lack of trust, and also they feel like and also the hidden charges that comes with every transaction. So that is why some people still stick to the old method of doing transaction. So now what is our solution leveraging on? Our solution is trying to use Enaira as a means of remittance and onboard everybody. And looking at the financial system Nigeria has now, it has so many bottlenecks. It has to go to a lot of financial institutions. Let's say, for instance, I'm dealing with a POS person. I personally have an issue sometimes ago. I made a transaction from a POS and I was debited. The merchant did not get the money. I went on Twitter to complain to my bank. The bank pushed the money to the merchant instead to my bank. If not because the merchant is someone that I know in my area, the money will have gone. So these are some of the issues that Nigerian financial system is giving people, and why many people are scared of touching or even participating in the system. So in our use case now, we've come up with a system that is human-centered, using Enaira as remittance and using AI-powered for credit scoring. How does the solution work? Our app has the two sides, for the merchant and for the customers. When you come on the app, you install, you register either as a merchant or as a customer. Then immediately you have the sign in, you will land on your dashboard. Then you will be able to carry out some transactions, such as maybe sending money or receiving money or making payment for utility bills or subscription for TV cables and other financial transactions. And also we have a three-phase model for it. It's either you are using it as a USSD or you use a barcode, whereby you can generate a barcode or you can show the barcode to take payment or to give or to make to receive payment or to send payment. What is our market size like? There were about 109.2 million Nigerians on the internet, which is about 51% of the population. So which means 49% of the populations are not on the internet. So these are the people this is the existing market. And out of these 51 people that are using internet as mobile banking, about 90% of them are not satisfied with the service delivery they get so far. So which means we have a very large market to service and to actually cater for. And also we have about 49% that are not even online at all. So these are the people we try to onboard using the USSD and the barcode option, even without the internet. So what is our attraction like? We look at having, for now we have 0 users and 0 vendors, but over 2 months we look like having maybe about 10,000 users to 1,000 vendors or merchants thereabout, and the numbers can grow as well. So what is the tech stack behind our solution? We've used that as programming language. We use a Flutter, we use a Firebase, and also we use a Visual Studio and Android Studio Code. So my developer is standing by to demo the app for us, and it's live. Please, Gilbert, Lord, can you proceed? Gilbert, please proceed. Okay, I think you mute yourself.
Sorry, if you're speaking, you're mute. Your time is running. Is there nobody else to present on your behalf?
We have a link that can actually show the walkthrough on a YouTube link. And it's on the slide. The YouTube link, it's on the slide. It's on the slide. I think he's...
I have a grace of an extra 1 minute currently running.
So when you come up, you create a user account. We have for the merchant side and we have for the customer side. The forms has different. They have different parameters based on who you are. Either you are a merchant or you are a customer. And once you sign in, or once you create an account and you sign in into your dashboard, you will be able to perform some transactions. So let me wait while the. So this is just the registration and the sign up form.
Hi guys, your 6 minutes is currently up. I will move on to the judges for questions.
Well done. Good job. My feedback is your solution doesn't exactly address your problem statement. You are banking the unbanked. One is a mobile app. Two, for your registration, I can see BVN. You've taken out the unbanked with those two things. Because a lot of the unbanked do not have the real, if you look at your EFINA report, the real unbanked are not within your cities or your towns. They are in the lands. They are in the farther parts of the west, of the north, of the east. So they are not going to be on mobile apps. What I think your what your solution has done is more of creating more payment options, i.e. the barcode and the USSD generated code. But banking the unbanked, I'm not sure it has addressed that. That's just the feedback I have.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jibril and I'm the project manager. So what we're actually doing is we are not doing something special or anything. So like as she said, for the rural area as our target audience, you see, like when it comes to trading, like there are places that the GDP doesn't even know they exist. So what we actually do is to use the Enaira. How does the Enaira methodology works with our own solution? It will be like in the next future work on face recognition. It's just like a self-centered place whereby a person can come without Enaira, without any physical cash. He can go transact this thing, what is it called, his own goods. And moreover, like places where the agriculture it will spoil because of the length of the time. So what we actually do is because of the what is it called, our target audience, we like to use the Enaira to facilitate more decent, what is it called, easier for them to use. And when he says about the issues our target audience are having, I think to us our vulnerability is trust. So they don't trust Enaira. Why? Because they thought is what is it called, is cryptocurrency, and that's one mindset we have to remove. And I think we need government for that. I have two companies I've discussed with. They say they don't want to use it. Why? Because they feel that okay, if my bank can do this, why will I use Enaira? They don't know that what Enaira can do right now is just like going to pay from UBA to UBA, not another existing from UBA to Zenith Bank. So it's Enaira to Enaira. So it's very safe, reliable, and we promise. Listen, I think that's. Did I answer your question? Sorry. Okay. Next question, please.
Thank you very much, Team 6. A round of applause for Team 6, please. So we're moving on to the next team, and that's Team 24. Can we have Team 24? Round of applause for Team 24.
Okay. It's okay. Okay. Good morning. My name is Olusola. I'm here to represent Team 24, and here with me is our full stack developer, Aminat. Name is Fuel Credit. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, our problem statement is very clear. Of course, we know there is slow adoption of Enaira, and if it's not addressed, we may lose out on the accruing digital economy gain. These are experience when I try to, all our team, we registered on e-wallet. There's difficulty in funding Enaira wallet right now because you need to visit bank personally. Then, of course, there's slow approval. I can't see my slide anymore. So there's slow adoption both from user side and the merchant side. Then I can't see the slides. We'll come to this. Let's just run through the slide first of all. Thank you. Thank you. So, the challenges of interoperability of exchanging Naira to Naira across platforms still exist. So, the current solution by CBN is not as simple. Can we go to the next one? Next slide, please. Thank you. Our value proposition is very simple. We exist. We already have a live platform, a digital platform. We want Nigerians to be able to buy their fuel with Enaira across the 15,000 active filling stations in Nigeria. So how is this relevant? Of course, it's an existing digital payment platform. And of course, it's going to address the issue of cost transfer. And it's convenient, and it's simple, easy to use, and it's reliable. Everybody here can register on our platform within 2 minutes. Our unique selling point is that we're live, and our onboarding process is simple. Enaira can plug into our existing infrastructure without any complexity. So we're easy to use. We're easy to use. So the use case, please, next slide, please. Thank you. Right, Enaira account holder registers on our platform, and to fund wallet right now, which I'm going to show the demo in a couple of minutes, you can click on fund with Enaira, and if you have an existing e-wallet, there can be an interaction to move money from your wallet to our pouch, the foil pouch, from where the attendant can take the payment and the merchant is credited. This is how it works. Next. Next, please. The market size is simple. We did Nigeria consume on petrol alone about 16 billion liters per annum. And, okay. Go to the demo, please. But there are a lot of disruptions. Can you click on the front end?
While we're waiting for the demo, so you are a platform?
Yes.
Dedicated to petrol transaction?
Yes.
So I'm a wallet holder. I come in and register, put my wallet details.
Yes.
Can I transact without funding your pouch?
Sorry, I didn't get that question.
Can I transact without funding your pouch?
No, you need to fund your pouch.
Okay.
Because that's what they would debit.
That's right. So you also become a merchant because you must have an Enaira wallet.
Sorry, I'm lost now.
Then you, for credit, the platform,
yes,
whoever, would then have to be a merchant so they can have your own wallet, your Enaira wallet, correct?
Possibly, yes.
That's the only way you can get Enaira.
Well, if it's up to CBN to integrate with us. What we have done now,
the Enaira can only move within the Enaira platform. So your platform or you or whatever the legal entity behind it will need to have an Enaira wallet for you to receive Enaira in your pouch.
Okay, what we have done, sir, what we have built is that if an existing Enaira wallet person that needs to register this a demo on our platform, he can access his wallet. Okay.
I understand that.
All right, sir.
So he accesses the wallet and needs to credit you.
Yes.
So you need to be on the Enaira platform.
Yes.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Okay. So you have an Enaira wallet to be able to receive the Enaira.
Yes. Yes.
Now, the merchant, this petrol station,
yes,
would need to be on your platform as well, one way or the other.
The merchants are already on our platform.
So, so I'm at the petrol station.
Yes.
I've credited your pouch. I yet to see how does the merchant get payment. How do I know that I have paid? a confirmation that that has happened apart from crediting your pouch?
Yeah.
Because I carry your pouch with, let's say, 100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I buy only 10,000 worth
Yes.
of
You have an
petrol.
account. So basically, what we've done right now is that because we're live.
So the accounting is not done on my Enaira wallet. The accounting is done on your platform.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. No, the filling station does not need to have a pouch. Because what we're doing, please can you, go to Fund Wallet. Just click that tab. Fund Wallet.
You have to answer this question. You said that the petrol station is already on your platform.
Yes.
On the regular currency.
Yes.
But the merchant.
The petrol station is the merchant, sir.
I agree.
Good.
But he also needs to have an Enaira wallet.
It's an option.
It's not optional, because that's the only way he can get the credit.
Well, what we're thinking is if there can be an API that can allow Enaira be converted, is part of innovation that we're thinking that we want.
Converted by whom to what?
Enaira to Naira.
By who?
Since one Enaira is equal to one Naira.
I understand.
All right, sir.
Okay, so that we don't take up time. Our masters and mistresses have already insisted that we stay within time, so we'll continue.
So this is what. So do you have the Enaira wallet? If the answer is yes, can we click on that? So this is what we've done. This is our dashboard. We sign on. So put a value to it, maybe 200 Naira or 1,000. So we click, and your wallet will change, and with that.
And if I don't have an Enaira wallet?
Yes, you don't need to have an Enaira wallet.
And if I don't have an Enaira wallet?
Yes, you fund with other options. You fund with card. We're already live.
So your platform does not find a way to onboard me to the Enaira wallet?
No, yeah, it does. So you can click.
Can I see
we
that?
have not gotten to that. What we wanted to do was to say, okay, at least from Enaira to that. And if it's no, if you click no, then you can now register on Enaira. We already have a registration process. So at that point, if Nigerians want to fund with Enaira, you can register right there and then. Thank you.
Okay, so mine will be more of a feedback to the user journey. At the point when I download this and I'm onboarding myself, that question of if you have Enaira should be asked and resolved. So if I don't have Enaira wallet, I register straight for my Enaira wallet, not at the point of me trying to pay for fuel is when I now do my registration or trying to fund. So at the point when I'm onboarding on your platform, that question should be asked, do you have an Enaira wallet? So that if I'm saying no, you take me straight to your registration portion. Now to go back to the earlier question, on your platform, you have an Enaira wallet, which is why when I fund from my Enaira, you are able to, hold the funds.
Yeah.
For the first station to be able to access that fund, they also need to run on the Enaira platform, which is what I was trying to explain. Because if you say conversion is going to happen, who is the bank, the PSB, whoever it is, that would do that conversion? So just to take that out, the first station has to also be a merchant on this place, also riding on Enaira, so that it is like to like for the transaction to be successful.
I'm also mindful of that. I am sure you're mindful of cost, because nobody provides that for free. Because at the moment, as of now, banks are the only ones that can do the movement from digital to physical. Okay, so if as we become more comfortable with who can have direct access to the platform, to our platform, then we can start talking about who else will be able to do that switch on it. That's why it's a wholesale retail hybrid that we're doing. We mint, and then the banks distribute the retail. So they are the ones that can move from physical to digital at any point in time. Okay. But great stuff.
Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much, team. So we're going to move on to the round of applause for Team 24. So we're going to move on to the next team, Team 30.
Okay.
Please remember you have 5 minutes to present. Your 5 minutes will start as soon as your slide comes up. Yes, and judges will ask you questions for an additional 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Samuel. I'm from Team 30, and we worked on the solution on how to use Enaira for financial inclusion. So I'll just go straight to our problem statement. We're actually working on a USAID solution for Enaira. Problem statement. Today, Nigeria is ranked the 5th country in Africa in terms of financial inclusion. About 36% of Nigerians today don't have bank accounts. What other things we've noticed is that when it comes to financial inclusion, 3 things actually involved: payment, savings, as well as access to loans. And what we are saying is that about 37% of Nigerians today don't have access to savings products, payments products, as well as loan products in Nigeria. What are the challenges they have today? 1, they live in rural areas. 2, they actually don't have internet services. They are leveraged on cash for transactions. They are also, sorry, this is a screen. It's hard for me to see. Okay, so they use phones without 2G or 3G or 4G network, so they can't even access internet. Based on the data we have as well, you can see that a lot of Nigerians who have smartphones today in the country. Now, what are we trying to do? We're trying to create a Enaira solution where customers can onboard themselves using NIN. And what it means is that customers will be able to sign up on Enaira using their NIN number and transact up to a certain amount. Once they want to go beyond that amount, they have to go to an agent to capture their BVN and then do other transactions. That's what we're trying to do. The idea is that, so if you are living in Bayelsa, for instance, in a remote village where you have to cross through boats or ships or canoe, you can still use Enaira wallet in your community, adopt it in your community, use it for certain transactions up to a certain limit, and then when you want to go beyond that, you have to visit an agent to use Enaira. So what are the opportunities here? I'll just go straight to, so this is what our solution looks like in terms of Enaira. One thing we are doing basically today is that we're also trying to address some gaps. For instance, the language gap, language barrier. We want to make a solution in multiple languages, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, basically, wherever you are. Another thing we're trying to address is the knowledge gap, so we'll make it very easy and simple. And then we're also trying to address something that others are unable to do today, using the Enaira solution. Target audience are basically traders, farmers, rural dwellers in local communities. So please go to the opportunities, numbers, before I share my screen for the demo. Sorry. So basically, today in Nigeria, in terms of mobile money transactions, we can see that about 8.7 trillion was done last year in terms of transaction on Enaira. The volume was about 53 billion. And at a cost of 7 naira per transaction, we can see that the fees I was charged basically last year on Enaira was about 376 billion. And at average transaction amount on Enaira last year was 150 naira per transaction, average transaction amount. So basically, using that same logic, we can see what we projected. We are trying to target 19 million out of the 18 unbanked Nigerians with Enaira, and we are saying that if every one of them does 150 naira per day on transaction, they will do 20,000 naira per month, which is going to give us a revenue of about 241 billion, which will be shared between the telcos as well as the parties involved. Let me just do the demo. Okay, so let me share screen just to show how the simulator for the USSD work. Yeah, please just bear with me a bit. Am I able to share my screen? Wow, okay. Okay, so we're trying to use a simulator here. Basically, this is not our interface, but just using the simulator. So I'm putting in my number, and then I'm trying to launch. So apologies for that. We had to use a free simulator for the solution. That's why we can't use the number we intended to use in the first place. But just a minute, sorry. So this is USSD. So if I dial *384, *344. This is not the number we're trying to use actually. Sorry. But just for a simulation. So when I dial the Enaira, I'll get a feedback. Sorry, network. Oh wow. So normally when I dial this, the system will tell me if I have an account with Enaira or not, and then tell me to register with NIN. So I'll dial response code to register with NIN. Now let me show what our interface looks like on the Enaira platform, basically, and this will be in multiple languages. So this number we tend to use, *123#. That's the number we tend to use for Enaira. So customers can dial *123# to use the solution, and then when I click on next, it takes me to these options in multiple languages. And then if I don't have an account, I'll be prompted to open Enaira wallet with my NIN to be able to reach customers. So I think I'll just stop there and take questions from the panel. Thank you. Come on.
So your final statement, so ordinarily you are also trying to bank non-bank.
Yes.
But you have not demonstrated to us how you are going to to bank the unbanked, because BVN is needed. Everything you have showed us has to do with basically you need to have like a smartphone kind of. I saw the USSD.
Yes.
Yeah, but you have not shown us, you have not demonstrated how to do a transaction.
Okay, so because we have challenges with developers and we're not able to conclude, what we've done
just talk us straight.
Okay, so if you are a customer, what we'll try to do is that we'll use radio jingles to reach out to people. Now we say Enaira is available. All you have to just do is dial *123# to sign up. When you dial the number, your phone number is tied to your NIN. So the first thing is to check your phone number, that's a wallet or not for you. Then to tell you to register because you don't have any account yet. So we put in your NIN. And the NIN is set on the system for a feedback whether that NIN is tied to any wallet or not.
NIN?
So yes, NIN.
For somebody in
you have a
remote village in
the law today in
Adamawa
Nigeria
State
is that every phone number must be tied to an NIN. So for you to have a phone that you can call with, you have NIN in Nigeria today. So that's the target you are targeting. So NIN is requirement, unlike BVN that will be compulsory for bank account. NIN today is compulsory for every Nigerian who uses a phone to make phone call. So that's the idea. Putting your NIN, system validates your NIN is tied to a wallet or not. If it's not tied to a wallet, you get your NIN wallet, and then you now be prompted to set your passcode. Once you do that, you have your wallet that you can receive money with. All you have to just do is share a wallet to people that have Enaira as well, and they will send money to you. So okay, and they'll send money to you basically.
Okay, so I see what you do with NIN. Good.
Yes. Thank
but
you.
It's still too. You're asking so much for someone who is unbanked.
Okay, so yeah, so the alternative thing you can do, which we consider, is that we can use agents. However, agents have limitation because they are not spread everywhere in the country. So we are saying there are two options: self-service and agents. That's what we are trying to do. So if you want to use agents, you can go to any agent nearby to sign up. However, if you want to do it yourself, this is how to do it. And like I said, that prompts will come to you in your language. So the first thing you will see is language option: English, Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo. So you set your language option, and then you proceed with the options that are available to you. Thank you.
Cool.
So I hope I'm not backing the camera.
Okay, so just to continue from where Majid stopped, radio jingles is far-fetched from your own backed. It's a bit far-fetched from them.
Okay.
The agency route, yes, might work, but you don't necessarily need to look for existing agents, because another reason why a lot of these people are unbanked is the issue of trust. However, I'm sure today in that same community where they do not trust a bank, there is someone there that is handling their money matters that they trust. That might be your anchor to reaching them. However, I would have loved to see a proper onboarding process to truly see how seamless it is. Yes, we've mentioned NIN. And let's not even go into the fact that data, a lot of people have registered for their parents as the NIN there. So you might also have the issue of where you're relying strictly on NIN and you're verifying the NIN. The person that registered that NIN for the person using it out of station or out of state might not be the person with the phone number. There's a lot of data
True.
issue there.
I agree.
So, again, USSD, yes, that's how we can reach the unbanked. You have not showed us how seamless and how easy it would be for them to use this your platform. That's actually where, because I can't see the user journey.
Okay.
And yes, you've given language options, great. But the user journey would have confirmed to me if it's truly seamless and if it's truly for the unbanked.
Yeah, so like I said.
Then the last part,
Okay.
sorry, just the last part. Enaira to the unbanked. It's not just going to be so much of giving them the solution. You will probably have to create an ecosystem entirely that will comprise of someone who can convert the digital currency to the currency they can access, different people within that community that are willing to be paid with Enaira. Those are some of the things that your presentation hasn't covered.
Yes, okay. So just to flip to that, and then my colleague also, one thing we thought about is adoption a program where we'll go to a community and get them to adopt Enaira, and that's one way to reach out to them. Yeah, with incentives. So there are ways that we can do that. One thing is that we can, like I said, first of all, get trust in the community, and then tell them to register Enaira. Once they do 2 transactions, they get certain discount, which is reflected here into their wallet. So that's one way we're trying to reach out to them. I also allow my colleague to
access to savings and.
So okay. Okay, sorry. Then one other thing we try to do, just to round up, is that if you notice today on bank account, even though people get interest in their savings account, they don't get to notice because it's too small. One thing we decided to do is that if you put your money in Enaira, there's going to be a savings interest, which no matter how small it is, but you get that interest portion on a daily basis. So it might be 0.0015 kobo, but you will still see the alert. And that's one of the things we were trying to use to drive interest of customers in the system. So by the time you come every day, even if you transact and we charge you 7 naira, but every day you get interest on your balance on Enaira, you might not even notice that you are being charged for the solution. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Team 30, guys. So we're just going to move on to the next team. And 30. Yes. So we're going to move on to Team 32. Again, just to reiterate, your presentation time is 5 minutes. I'll advise, don't stay too focused on your problem statements. Move straight to your demo and walk through your slides just like that. So moving straight to Team 32. Round of applause for Team 32.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm from Team 32 DigiNatives. So I'll just go straight to the problem statement. Next 2 slides, please. So our app is called eMali, and our problem statement is how do we leverage on Enaira to facilitate international remittance and FX exchange. So we all know the current situation in Nigeria, and most of it is caused by the redundancies we have in our technology in terms of payments and trades, international trade, mainly cross-border payments, and we've had a lot of laid backs, even generally across Africa. So what's eMali going to do? eMali is going to help us solve this problem. We're looking at a solution that can give you that is done at low cost, where transactions are done at low cost. We have a stable currency rate. Today you hear that dollars gone high, naira has fallen, naira has risen by 0 point something, back and forth continuously, which is very frustrating. You can engage a client at a charge of $5-10 per naira, and then tomorrow it's $6-10 per naira, and you've made a huge loss. Your margin has reduced. So, and also many of the foreign banks or international payments and trades are concerned about our infrastructure and the security around what we do. So what do? We created a solution that gives you four easy steps to use. You onboard as a user, you sync your BVN, you select your transaction type, and then you confirm your payment, basically. So how does this work? First of all, we had to look at the market size. Is it possible? We actually did a 1-hour survey with a lot of respondents to get real feedback on what do they think about using Enaira for cross-border payments, right? Please go back to the previous slide, right? So previous slide, previous. Thank you, stop there. Next slide, thank you. All right, so we found out that currently we have about 191 million people having accounts in Nigeria. We have huge FDI transactions going on, that's foreign direct investments, but it declines every year. As of 2021, we have 69 8.8 million, and we have about 1.7 million Nigerians in diaspora. So we have a huge market for that already. Next slide. And this was a survey we did where we actually engaged a lot of people. 100% of those that did the survey actually wanted to use Enaira for cross-border payments. They wanted to be able to pay for school fees, they wanted to be able to receive funds from family, and they wanted it to be done in less than 3 hours. Right, next slide. All right, so how do we intend to acquire this market, right? We're looking at foreign direct investments, right? That there's a market for that, and we already know that CBN has already discussed with quite a lot of traders across Africa, and they formed a body to encourage foreign direct investment. We also know that there is a lot of flexibility, transparency that is needed right now with what we currently have. Some of the assumptions we made is that there are existing regulations that can support what we're trying to do. We know that there is a high growth in ICT across different sectors. You hear of agri-tech, you hear of edu-tech, and a whole lot of that. And 180 million users in Nigeria currently use mobile phones, but 20% of those have smartphones. That's about 34 million. Next slide. And what are the use cases we're looking at? I'm a student. I want to receive payment from my parents in Nigeria. I'm an expatriate. I work for a foreign company. I have a Barclays account. But when they pay into my Barclays account, I can transfer to my Enaira, and so many other use cases. So how is this going to be possible? Right now, I have a DOM account, but I can't transfer from my DOM account to my Enaira account, right? It's very difficult, or even to my local account. So how will Enaira solve that? Once I have an Enaira account, Imali would partner with banks to open an account for them, so that when fund comes in, all we now do is make that transfer straight to Enaira, and we do that vice versa, so it makes it very easy. Next slide. So what is our tech stack? We're looking at a mobile app. We're using Flutter, and something that is very seamless to use across board. We have 4 members that worked on this. We have BE there, who is our designer. We have Akim, who is our system architect. And of course, we have Shahid, our mobile app developer. So we'll just go straight to the demo so that you see how the Enaira works. Thank you. Sorry, how Imali works. So it's just a short video. We captured the process because of time. Where's the volume? Thank you. So you sign up. That is there. All right, thank you so much. So our core value proposition right now, we're looking at international payments. So from local bank to Enaira, Enaira to Enaira, both for international and local transactions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think 2 things that your solution writes on that you didn't really explain is when you said something about having fixed exchange rate. I want you to explain how you're going to go about that, especially when we're converting from a currency to Enaira, and then the part of the banks doing the transaction for you. So what happens there? How do the banks function? And if you can give us a scenario, I'm out of the country, I have, like you said, I have money in Barclays. I want to convert it to Enaira on Imali to be able to transfer Enaira from Imali to the next person. So you kind of give us a proper flow there, because those are like the 2 things that your entire solution hinges on. how do you maintain a fixed rate to make it not as expensive as them doing it themselves? And then how do you do the conversion?
All right, thank you so much for the question. So on the fixed rate, so not necessarily fixed, right? So we're looking at stability, where we don't have continuous fluctuations, very unstable fluctuations. So we believe that via Enaira, we can have more stability in terms of the status of our Naira, the value of our Naira in terms of foreign exchange. Now, to partner with the banks, what we mean is that Imali would open an account with foreign banks. So it would be like partnering for loans, such that when you initiate a transaction, we already have a partnership with the banks in the countries. So we open an account there, and they pay into that account. Of course, there will be an agreement in terms of interest rate and how much they will get for each transaction. So once we're able to establish that partnership, people can make their request, we'll pay it into that so that they can get real-time value in quick time. At less than a day, they get a receipt or confirmation of the funds that they have requested for. I don't know if, Akim, you can... Yeah.
Let's name the banks. So I have a Barclays Bank account.
Yeah.
Imali will have a Barclays Bank account too.
Yes, absolutely.
So I will transfer my pounds to Imali's Barclays Bank account.
Yes.
Now when Imali receives that notification, so say I transfer £1,000 to Imali's Barclays account.
Yeah.
So Imali would, based on that transaction, credit me with that value on my Enaira wallet.
Absolutely, yes.
Using the rates for that thing, for example.
Yes. My colleague Akim, can you hear us? Do you want to say anything?
Good morning, guys. My name is Abdul Hakim. You have answered it. You have answered them correctly. I think the scenario for the Barclays is the real case where we're using Imali to solve a problem. So the only thing that must have been missed is that it's in real time. The user would have to accept the value of the. So she has £1,000 sent credited to our Barclays account. We will transfer that equivalent, but before she does that transfer, she would have accepted the value. It's in real time. It will show the value, display the Naira value that the person will expect, inclusive of our transaction fees, and then the value is credited to their Enaira wallet.
Yes, cross-border.
Howie, sorry. Did you hear me?
Yes, yes, we did.
I apologize for these things. What's the name?
Yemisi.
Yemisi, okay. Yemisi, you are now in a space cross-border. And I don't know if you're aware of IMTOs, International Money Transfer Organizations.
Yes, yes.
Okay, you're aware it's a regulated space?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what is Imali? Is it the platform that IMTOs can use, or you are looking to be an IMTO?
Right, so I'll allow Akim answer that question. So Akim, please, did you hear that question?
So yeah, so basically, we are B2C, business to consumers, really. At the level, we are at a point we are an IMTO ourselves. However, the user does not necessarily see all of that details, other than the fact that we are doing bank-to-bank transactions, which is account-to-account transactions at resident countries, whilst Imali is funding the wallet. So in a sense, the payment the user is getting is our funds, is from our funds, our Enaira wallet itself. So have I answered your question, sir?
So you intend to be an IMTO?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, just to be clear, so that I think part of the challenge you've been having is when it's unclear whether it's the technology you're promoting or the entity that will use the technology. Once you enter on the entity side, it becomes you enter the regulated space, and the requirements are very material. Now, if it's clear in your mind that that's what you intend to do, then there's no problem with it. So you know the expectations and the rules, the rates, exchange rate, and the rest, and anything else that comes in between.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Any
questions from the judges? You still have like 30 seconds left. Online.
they have outlets around the world, but they seem to have restricted themselves to a bank that you have an account in. So that's a business decision for that bank to decide whether they want to bank them or not.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, team. So this was team 30 that just presented, team 32 that just presented team 32. Okay. So we'll move on to the next team, who should be joining us virtually, team 38. Team 38, can you confirm you're ready to present your own and ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
You can share your screen. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not able to show my video. I don't know why.
It's
But
okay.
I'm sharing my screen now. Okay.
This is team 38. Please go ahead.
Pay small. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Akpan, and I'm from team Pay Small. We are on a mission to enable SMEs save their business money from excess payment charges, automate their savings anytime they generate revenue or spend funds for business operations. So what's the actual problem? We're given this problem statement, how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products or enhance their existing services. So there are some pain points we identified. We made research and we discovered that 80% of SMEs in Nigeria who actually fail in business within the first 5 years of operation, they actually fail due to poor financial management. And this is actually caused by excess transaction charges, inconsistent savings habits. Most of them are digitally excluded, and then this leads to failed business within 5 years. So what are current solutions out there that are solving these problems? We have personal savings platforms out there, and then there are like Ajo, which are informal group savings, and then most of them are only focused on B2C model. And then most of them are manual savings. They have manual savings model, and then with high transaction charges. So we're solving this problem with a solution that is seamless, affordable, and accurate. We created a product called Savits, which is a seamless business savings platform powered by the Enaira technology. With Savits, SMEs can now automate their business savings plans from revenue generated or expenses incurred. What makes us different is that we have low transaction charges, which is made possible by Enaira technology. And then we have a payment QR code template that comes with their business branding, which they can actually share with their customers online, or they can print and paste at their outlets for seamless, contactless payments. And then we also have a feature that reminds them of subscriptions, monthly subscriptions they need to renew or cancel. And then we also give more cashbacks than chargebacks on our platform. Then there is, we made it easy for them to be able to integrate their shopping apps and make online transactions through our platform, just like how you integrate your Google Drive to Slack channel. And then there are other use cases we discovered, like for bills payments, budget creation. So this budget creation use case actually gives them insights from market insights of what the current market price of products are that they're adding on their budget. Then we also have another use case, which is like an API, which they are going to use as a payment option on other shopping platforms. So this is how it works. First of all, they sign up with either their bank account or their Enaira wallet if they have one. And then if they sign up with their bank account, we automatically create an Enaira wallet for them using the consumer wallet API. Then they go to their dashboard, they can explore their dashboard, they can create they can automate their savings plans. That's by creating multiple savings plans. And then they can fund their wallet, which is for us, the cash vault, which is powered by the Enaira wallet. So it's connected to our own Enaira, their own Enaira wallet rather. And then they can pay bills, withdraw from the wallet, and of course, redeem cashbacks as active users. So this cashback is actually going to help us retain more users on our platform. So market is fast growing to over 44 million users, SMEs across Sub-Saharan Africa. And then according to this Medan National Survey of 2017, SMEs across Nigeria is amazingly growing to 41.5 million. And then our market share, a serviceable obtainable market for savings, is over 4 million. How we want to achieve this is by partnering with existing business networks and communities of small business owners, and of course, exploring digital marketing and word of mouth advertising. So for our tech stack, we use for backend, we use Next.js, TypeScript. Front end, we use Next.js, React, and database, we use PostgreSQL. And these are actually scalable tech stacks. Our team are actually all repeat founders with over 30 years of, collectively having over 30 years of experience and focused on executing growth goals that we set for ourselves. I am a product designer. I actually have 6 years of experience working as a brand strategist, product designer, and I'm currently a Tony Elumelu Foundation coach, and I also have an experience working with a fintech company in Lagos. Oladeyinde Kazeem is a front-end engineer with over 6 years experience as a software developer. Dorothy Osman is a product manager with over 8 years of experience in customer service and product management. Loto Ayango is a back-end engineer with over 6 years of experience as a software developer and also a blockchain engineer. And of course, Zach Aminu is our back-end engineer. And we are recognized by these reputable global platforms. On our growth plans, we are looking at launching a mobile app for.
Hi, Team 38. You've currently exhausted your 5 minutes. So just go straight to your demo, and the judges will ask you questions on that.
All right, great. So let me stop sharing this. So I was done already. So this is our demo. This is how it works. So like I said, if you don't have an Enaira wallet, you can create an account and take the sign up page. So I'll just quickly sign in. So time. Okay, I didn't click that. Sign in. Okay. So I'll sign in now. Yeah, it takes you to this page where you need to either use your bank accounts to link to this account they are creating on our platform, or you can link with Enaira. So if you link with your bank account, you ask for your bank details and you can link one bank account. Then if you're linking with Enaira, I'm just going to either put my phone number or my alias number and verify. So it is verified successfully. And then, so we have 3 user personas here: freelancers, professional, or business owner. That's product seller. So you can choose all 3 or just one. Then it takes you to your dashboard. So this part, when you click on account overview, okay, when you can scroll and see your bills, this actually reminds you when you're supposed to renew your subscription or cancel your subscription, and then you can see your budget here that you have created. Then if I click on the account overview, it takes me to the amount of money and the savings plans that you've created, and then how they came into your wallet, and if it's from your income or your expenses. Then this is your cashboard where that's powered by the Enaira technology. So when you create an Enaira wallet on our platform, or when we create one for you, you actually have these cashboards where you can add funds to your cashboards through your bank account, or you can actually pay bills here or withdraw. So if I click on pay bills, I can see, let me choose state cable and then DSTV, and then I can choose, I want to choose the compact, and then I can add the amount, 50,000, and pay, and then it's successful. So yeah, so we don't have chargebacks on this platform, so I can close this. So if I go to profile, I can see my profile here, and then complete KYC2. So KYC2 actually enables you to create a merchant account on this platform. So a tier 2 merchant account where you can actually you can connect your shopping apps on this platform. You can secure products across different shopping B2B shopping e-commerce shopping platforms where you can actually buy your products. So you can buy products at promo rates even 30 days after the promo has ended with our platform. Thank you. I will respond.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Can you hear me, Victor?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I think I have 3 questions. The savings plan, how does it go? Because the way you said it is a seamless saving plan. So what I hear, please correct me if I'm wrong, is you have some form of automated savings plan, what you not normally call standing instruction in your banking terms, whereby there's an instruction that says that's it. Okay, so
Yes.
how is that powered?
Okay, great. So we use other APIs. So because we are allowed to use other APIs to create our solution. So using Paystack and Mono actually helps us to collect recurring payments. So you actually create your savings plan, and then when you connect your card, your bank on the platform, it actually, you use your card, your debit card to connect that bank to the platform, and then with Mono and Paystack rather, you'll be able to get recurring payments, recurring transactions from your card whenever you receive money from your customer or whenever you spend money. So it depends on how you set it. So you can actually set that, okay, you should take 20% or 5% of money I get from customers or whenever I spend it, or take this amount of money every day, or take this amount of money weekly or monthly.
Okay, so you know my card is not digital currency. So are you saying that on your platform, am I saving it as Enaira, or I'm just saving it as the same Naira you're taking out from my debit card?
You're saving it as Enaira. That's why we have the cash vault there, which is powered by Enaira. So whenever we can actually fund our Enaira wallet, it's possible to fund your Enaira wallet with your bank app. So it's actually it's possible to fund your Enaira wallet to your bank app, because Enaira currently has a 10-digit account number for their users. If you check the platform, it has that currently. So it's possible for you to fund. So once you are making transfers to our cash vault, it actually automatically converts the money to Enaira, which is on the cash vault.
Yeah, sorry. Apologies if I missed a bit of your presentation based on my question. So the savings, the Enaira savings, the routine debit, the credit will reside with Savit.
Yes, the savings plans will actually reside with us, but then you have your cash vault, which is connected to your Enaira wallet.
Yeah, I understand
that you can transfer from.
Yeah, I understand that bit. So Savit is the custodian of the savings.
Yes.
Savings, so Savit is a bank.
Sorry, come again.
So Savit is a bank.
We are going to build. So for us to achieve this, we need to acquire a multi-purpose cooperative certificate, license.
Would that recognize that in CBN?
Yes. We have a transaction limit to the amount of money we can receive or send out to customers.
That you have a cooperative license does not make you a bank, because those are not your cooperators. You are open to the public. Correct?
Okay, I understand that. But then there are other platforms we've actually seen who are actually doing the same thing. They only have a multi-purpose cooperative license. There is My Stash.
I think it would be nice for us to have that conversation offline. Now that you've confirmed that you are aware of some illegal wonder banks. On a more serious note, this is not a platform for it, but my advice to you is that if you do know anyone that's engaging in that type of activity, there are very, very dangerous grounds within the next 30, 60 days.
Okay. So, but then, would be open to getting advice on the kind of license that we need to operate this model.
Thank you very much, Team 38. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next team. Team 46. Team 46. You can share your screen.
Yes, we are here.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Your timing starts now. Please focus more on the product you have developed as against the problem statement. Thank you. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay. Mahmoud, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm ready. So, can you hear me? Good. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Tukur. I'm from Team 46 here to present to you Shop Wallets. So, quickly, if anything has taught the world a great lesson in the past 2 to 3 years is the pandemic, which is COVID-19. So, which the impact was felt by every one of us. So, in the midst of all that, we still had to go to the store and shop for basic groceries like food, groceries, and the rest to run our daily lives. The pace of change was so fast that if you look inwards, you will see on the customer side, customers are becoming savvier and demanding. Product life cycle is shortening, and on the business side, e-commerce is becoming more competitive, brick and mortar expansion are drying up. Can you hear me?
Go on. Yes, we can hear you. Please, if you're not speaking, please put yourself on mute, or you'll be taking off the call. Thank you.
So an opportunity here presents itself, which is the customers are expecting personalized and engaging shopping experience that is safe, seamless, and convenient. And on the shop owner is expecting a hitch-free and instant realization of sales proceeds. If that can come with cost savings and new market to exploit, that would be perfect. And then here comes Enaira, a central bank digital currency. This basically means 3 things: secure, fast, and reliable. The mission, therefore, is how we can use Enaira to, how can Enaira be adopted SMEs and startup innovative products. I'll hand you over to Bello to talk about our solution and technologies.
Good morning, everyone. This is where Shop Wallet comes in. Software application, sort of an ecosystem, if you will, that serves to facilitate a personalized and engaging shopping experience with retail outlets built on the back of Enaira platform as a means of payment. So this is built as a cloud native and destined for the cloud. The system consists of a Shop Wallet app, a mobile application that helps you shop, identify items, look up prices, and pay easily. Please, can you move to the next slide? On the app, you can register existing Enaira wallets or create a new one. Find a partner store and create an Enaira virtual card for it. You can create a card for each participating store. And then we have the shop portal, a web application that gives access to participating shops for monitoring, uploading inventory, prices, and managing users and payments. We have a point of sale, which is a mobile application that is set up in the shop to receive payments from customers using the Shop Wallet app. Payments are contactless. You tap to pay. Then we have the Shop Wallet back, and this is the core of the system, a set of APIs that handle customer onboarding, sign-in, virtual management, product search, invoicing, payments, and Enaira integration. We have 3 modes of shopping. The first one, in person, is available currently in the MVP. We have pickup and delivery, which will be available in the later versions. The technology stack, we have Flutter. We use Flutter for the Shop Wallet app and the POS application. We have artificial intelligence for the visual product search. We use Node.js for the APIs, Postgres for the backend database, and HTML, CSS, JavaScript for the web app front end. The next slide, please. Here's a brief demo of the Shop Wallet app. You sign in and select a card. You start shopping in person. Pick an item from the inventory to your basket. Here we have an AI to help you with the visual product search. What you need to do, point your camera to the item on the shelf, the model basket. You pick all you need, you set the quantity, and the price is calculated for you, and total with taxes inclusive. When you are done, you walk up to the counter and tap to pay. Now here's Shaq to tell you about the business model, competition, and our team. Thank you.
Hello. So here we talk about the business model from a strategic point of view. So the customer segments are individuals and retail stores. The individuals being specifically those with high-end phones and high net worth individual for the MVP. That's the initial version. Superstores these are retail stores that will target in highbrow urban areas where these HNIs frequent. So the early version will focus on this small group, small control level group to get feedback and iterate. Then customer relationship, this is basically an automated information service. So this means that the UI, performance, reliability, and user experience are of paramount importance. Channels are mobile and web. Then value proposition for the 2 customer segments, that's individual, is access to inventory from multiple stores, tap to pay checkout, that's fast, budgetary control, self-service, and visual product search. For the stores, this means new market, meaning new market equals incremental revenue, more coverage, operations and administration cost savings.
Sorry to interject. You have
10%.
exhausted your 5 minutes.
And
the judges, please, can go ahead and ask questions.
Okay, so.
Item 46, just to confirm, your problem statement, are you handling Enaira for lifestyle payments?
No, so we are handling how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products.
Thank you.
Can we do a brief demo of the product?
So, do we have any questions from our judges online? Atinuke, Sundani, or any of our other judges, Mr. Mustafa or his representative? Any questions from the judges online?
Would be very much interested in seeing the UX, perhaps. Will provide a little bit of clarity.
All right, thank you. Okay, I will share my screen, please. All right. Okay. So this is, I think I'll go straight to the AI model first. Yeah, so here it's, which will be the visual product search. Here we have trained the model on 5 to 6 products, for example. So if you can scan an item on the shelf, it will identify it for you as Nivea Express Hydration Body Lotion. And this you can add it to your basket. And then here we have another product, for example, which is the Rose tissue, toilet tissue paper. And here, another thing here, we have the alcohol wipes. Also, this is identified, and this will be integrated into our system. And so when you are shopping, you select your card, whichever store you are in, you select the card, you start shopping in person, you point to the shelf, and you get to add each and every item into your basket. So it generates an invoice for you. You walk to the counter, and you either enter Enaira password, your PIN, or you scan your Face ID and just tap to pay. Here you get a receipt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it compulsory to create a virtual card for each store? If you're already linking to my existing Enaira wallet, do I need to have a virtual card for each store on your app? Then are you answering the question?
Part of
are you answering your problem statement as a startup or as an SME, or are you proposing your solution for a startup or an SME?
Yes, so we are proposing the solution for startup and SMEs, and we are also an SME also trying to adopt Enaira. So we are actually providing facilitation between two user groups, shoppers and retail stores. Does that address your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Team 46. So we're moving on to the next team, Team 4. So Team 4, you can share your screen.
Okay.
As soon as your screen starts or pops up, I will start timing you.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Your time starts now.
My name is Aiko. All right. My name is Aiko Francis. I represent Team 4. I'll be sharing a project called Pure Wallet. Pure Wallet is a semi-decentralized peer-to-peer payment wallet and gateway. So this is actually the first finance marketplace we'll be having in the world. So I will just quickly go to my first problem we'll be analyzing, which is accepting global payment. So the first issue here is there is no payment system in the world that is able to accept payment from every user from every country. It's almost impossible. Even MasterCard and Visa are not in some particular country. So that's first problem. Second is transacting at official rate, especially in Africa. Nigeria as a use case, you are not able to send exchange naira to dollar at the official rate, especially if you want to do online transactions. And you need to there are different processes and different measures towards achieving that. So this system tries to achieve the process of exchanging of funds in official rate in whatever currency. And here I have a multiple payment system. There are going to be 200 plus payment system on this platform. So what it does is that it uses the merchant system. I'll be coming to that. And we have virtual card and virtual bank challenges. Of course, you know, some fintech system, when you integrate to their platform, each fintech system is regulated by a particular bank. So when that particular bank removes that license from that particular fintech platform, then every user on that system is automatically removed. So, but this system is a marketplace. So what it means is that you'll be having several other merchants who will be integrating this particular solution on the system. So I'll just quickly walk you through different accounts. This is a user account. I'll log into a merchant account. So a user on the system now, first of all, is able to navigate to the marketplace where he funds his wallet. So if he adds funds to fund his wallet, for an example, let me use this other person. I've logged into this other person's account for testing. So if you add funds, this person is selling in USD at one, which is 415. So let's say we are doing $200 for an example. So there are two payment options now. We have adding funds with this particular payment option that this particular merchant has integrated on the system. Either you add funds via escrow. If you add funds here, that means we are going to do a trade on the system. But if you add funds here, you are going to add funds to this user's payment gateway. So I will try this first. Let me just quickly do a test. It's an escrow process. Then this is the merchant. So he's going to receive a notification of so this process is okay. This person is funding so amount on so this thing. So then this merchant receives a notification. They have a trade. Someone is trying to fund your wallet for that particular amount. So on this user, I will just confirm mark payment as paid. I just quickly have to rush this because of time. So if I mark this payment as paid, that means I've manually paid this person to his wallet. Then here it shows this person has made payment. Then I just confirm. If I should confirm this, once you confirm this, then it goes as trade has been completed. So you go back to the dashboard. You have funds in your wallet which is available for spending. Here, this is the recent transaction here. So I'll go back to that particular trade again and do the automated process. If I do the automated process, I don't need to start a trade. I don't need to contact. We don't need to chat. So let's just say I'm doing $10. I would go in and say this particular user, I want to do the funds auto payment gateway. If I go on the auto payment gateway, it means even while this particular merchant is not even available, I'm able to pay you directly. So if I should pay you here, I can just go to the P2P gateway, which has been integrated by that particular merchant. I can go ahead to pay him. So what happens here is after this payment has been made, this invoice is completed, my account balance is credited with the particular wallet. So also we have external integration. So a particular website wants to integrate. There is a checkout, sample checkout. I can just quickly just do this. Okay, I want to pay a particular user here. The seller, this is a seller. Now tell her this is the sell ledger. He wants to receive $100. I can either pay with my pay wallet balance, or I pay with payment option. So I can select whatever payment option, the inner structure, and whatever payment options that we have. So the good thing about what we're having is that one, there will be series of payment options available for buyers and or someone who is coming to the system to pay for a particular service. But let me quickly explain the virtual card. On the same marketplace, you can come to the marketplace and come to virtual cards. Now, this virtual card, you already have different merchants who have integrated virtual card system on this particular platform. So I can come here.
Hello team, you've exhausted your 5 minutes and extra minutes to finish representing your demo. So we'll go into judges to ask questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
For clarity, are you a payment exchange service platform?
It's a finance marketplace itself, where we bring in merchants together. We bring in merchants to the platform where people are able to use the services of different merchants on the system.
Okay, so the first example you had showed us where there was a form of money exchange. So basically, it's individuals using your financial services platform to trade. So I want to buy Naira. I just find someone on the platform that wants to buy dollars, and we just do our exchange there. That was what your first use case looked like.
Yes, you come on the system, then you find merchants who are offering your payment system to fund your account. That's the answer to that now.
Okay.
Who takes responsibility for failed transactions, and who addresses the issue of money laundering?
Okay. Now on this system, failed transactions, we are having the first process on this platform is that you fund your wallet. So everything that happens on this platform is the money in the wallet that you have in your account balance. That is what you use to exchange, that is what you use to transfer funds and the rest. Now, if you be paying via a particular merchant, an automated system, if there is a failed transaction on that particular payment system you are using, then of course the user sends files for a dispute, and we are able to resolve with that particular payment system you've used. But
the reason I'm asking is that are all the participants on your platform in terms of that exchange itself, or are they going to be going across platforms?
Okay. So if I get your question correctly, you said can you rephrase so that I can fully understand your question, sir?
Okay. I identify someone that needs Enaira. I have my Enaira wallet, and I am on your platform, and I'm paying the person, the merchant. The merchant, your platform is providing the actual exchange. So you are bearing the risk of non-delivery.
Okay. On this system, okay. When someone comes on the system, on the platform, and there is an exchange, there's an escrow process where we make sure that funds are received from on both ends. Now, on our own end,
so you're responsible for ensuring that the exchange is complete.
Yes, very correct, sir.
Okay, that's one. The second one.
Yes, money laundering. We have different account verification processes, and until your account are verified, we have, okay, this is the big profile. Let me this verify. You first of all need to verify your account first before you are able to trade, before you are able to buy, before you are able to do anything on the system. We have individual verification, we have company verification, and merchants need to pass through the first verification system before they go through another type of verification
Okay, why
us to
I'm
make sure that they are onboarded on the system.
Why I'm asking the question is simple. If the payment was Enaira to Enaira, you'll be assured that the merchant's wallet has already been pre-KYC'd, so they already have a bank account somewhere and they've ticked all the boxes.
Yeah.
Now, on your platform, Enaira has been exchanged to a counterparty who may or may not have a bank account. And you have the responsibility of vetting, you have the responsibility of providing KYC or undertaking KYC for that particular merchant. Correct?
Yes, correct. And I want to just quickly chip in. The Enaira comes in, the first major aspect where Enaira comes in is on the merchant system. Now, merchants who are coming on the system are going to be verified by, and they'll be created a merchant Enaira account to be created for them. Definitely, they have to follow the KYCs of that particular this thing. That is how they come on the system. So, merchants are those who exchange funds originally on the on this platform, and when they come, that's why they need to first of all use either BVN or their NIN first as Nigerians. Then the second part is now submitting documents to make sure that the documents you submitted, either BVN or NIN, corresponds to your either driver's license, international passport.
Okay.
Then they are now on.
Sorry, there's no need to. I'm just flagging it is I'm sure you heard of a recent case in the US where a payment service provider could not effectively detach himself from the fact that he doesn't know who is using his platform. Just share it. That's all.
Okay. That's why.
Thank you very much.
Every user on the system must be verified. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Team 4. Thank you very much. So we're going to call on the next team, Team 63. After Team 63, we'll embark on a 5 minutes pee break and stretch break. So, but Team 63, share your screen. As soon as your screen pops up.
Team 14 are here.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
No, Team 14.
Team 43.
Sorry?
Team 43. We were on the waiting room. They didn't call us.
Team 14.
I'm Dr. Nika from Team here. All the Team 43.
Team 14.
They didn't call us for me.
Sorry, Team 43, please kindly put your comments on the chat. There is a schedule. Team 14, if you're ready, please go ahead.
All right, we're here.
Okay, kindly share your screen.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Team 14. This is Team 14. Me. I'm here with my colleague, Raki.
Fine, that's fine. Please share your screen.
Raki, go on.
Your time starts now.
Okay, please let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes, it's still loading. We're yet to see your screen, Team 14.
Alright, you can pause so I share my video. You go on my. Hello.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, Rocky, you can go on. Hello.
We can hear you. We can see your screen. Your time starts now.
All right. So I think I'll just go on with the demo right now. So actually, we are trying to what we've done. We've built an application, an e-commerce application where people can buy stores from within and around Nigeria and even beyond Nigeria as well too. So our core goal here is how we can create wealth, how we can use the Enaira to empower people and see how commerce can really drive the development and the strength of the Enaira. So imagine a situation whereby someone is in, let's say, Port Harcourt, and you're trying to buy tomato from someone who sells in Nasarawa and don't have access to the market in Nasarawa. We've provided from where you could easily scan from markets around Nigeria. And so let me just go to the demo. So you could easily just go through the markets in Nigeria to buy stocks. So let's say we're buying something from a market in Abuja, and in Abuja we have a couple of markets. So we've just populated a few markets within Abuja here. This is Wuse Market, Garki Market, the Day Market, and also the Computer Plaza in Area 4. So let's say if a user goes to Wuse Market to buy groceries, probably a particular kind of grocery you couldn't find around you, and you visit the shop, which is Farazi Farms, and is a merchant, a seller who sells groceries on our platform in Wuse Market. So you can scan for products wherever you want, and buy stuff from these shops. So let's just buy a few items currently. Okay, and then we are now to check out. So for you to be able to check out on any platform, definitely you have to be a registered user. So I think I have one of the test accounts that I will use to test this out. Wrong credential. All right. So we can head on to, we're logged in now, so we can head on to checkout. So let me just key in okay. So
hi, if you are sharing your screen, we can't see it.
I'm here.
We can't see your screen again.
Can you see my screen?
No, we can't.
Whoa. Oh. Let me see. One second, please. Share screen. Can you see now?
It's coming up. So can you just wrap through your demo? It's over 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Can you see now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh boy.
So you have just 1 minute to run us through your demo.
All right. So I was going through the demo already, so I don't know. I think they kind of logged out. That's not good.
Which one? The demo log one?
Okay, so let me just do a quick shopping on all of this product. So I just want to explain how the Enaira can be used to make payments online.
Okay, so I think what we should do is let's leave the judges to ask questions. Then based on their questions, you can then respond from what you have on your demo to reduce the time that we've spent. So over to the judges, please.
All right.
So when you say markets, are you referring to your open markets? For example, I'm in Lagos. When you say markets, are you referring to a My 12 and Oyingbo type of market, or are you referring to a farmer's shop?
We're going to be introducing this to the markets. Yes. So
open markets.
The same market, we're going to be introducing this to the markets across. Yes, open markets across all the major because we are using the market as a key development points of this trading platform. For example, in the Lagos market, where you have the Alaba market, the My12 market, we're going to be going to manufacturers and producers and people that sell wholesale around these markets to introduce these platforms to them so they can be able to list their shops and also advertise their goods so that people can buy stuff from across Nigeria, wherever you are. I hope I answered the question, ma'am. Hello.
Thank you very
Hello?
much, Team 14. Yes, so Prince, please go ahead and answer your question.
Hello.
Hello?
I think I'm having network issues.
Okay, so Prince, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. My question is actually simple. Who is going to handle the deliveries? Your user journey is actually not clear.
I don't know if you guys can see my screen because I was trying to demonstrate one of the shopping experience where one can buy and then also pay with Enaira. We're the ones handling the delivery because at this point we're going to be having, since we are partnering with the market, we're going to be having pickup points within this market where people, once this people buy stuff, we can easily collect these products from the orders around those markets and then in our point and then dispatch it to the users. So we are going to be handling the delivery of these goods. All we are just doing here is to be the connection between the buyers and the sellers. So we're also going to be handling the delivery and also until the buyers get these goods, then we release funds to the sellers of those products. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you repeat that last bit, please? You hold the money and then release after.
So I said we're going to be having our points in these markets. We're using these markets as our drive points.
Yes.
Where once people buy goods and place these orders,
yes,
we can easily collect these orders on our platform because we have a platform where we see the orders that come in every day. Our staff are going to be monitoring these orders every day. So when they see the orders, the seller also sees the orders. So both the sellers and we are going to be collecting these goods together and then making them available to the users by this. Till the user receive these goods before and confirm them to be having delivered before we can release the funds to the sellers.
Okay, so you'll be holding value.
I didn't hear you, sir.
So you'll be holding value. You'll be holding money.
Yes, because that's the only way. That's the only way we can. That's the only way we can ensure. You're breaking, sir. Sorry. Hello.
Sorry, the only concern I have. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think my network is really terrible where I am because I'm presenting from Abuja.
Well, I'm sure your location, even if you're in Lagos. Anyway, you get the orders, the buyer transfers value to you, you hold on to the value, the merchant releases his goods to you, you deliver to the buyer. Buyer that says, okay, great, I'm happy with what I ordered is what I got, and then you then pay.
Yes. Yes, then we the money has been paid already by the buyer. At that point,
so
but we're only releasing the funds only when the product has been delivered. And by delivery, it means that the buyer has also accepted the condition of the good.
And if the buyer says, what I got is not what I wanted?
There's a return policy, of course. Then if that cannot be resolved by the seller, probably giving them an alternative goods, then we can always refund the money to the buyer.
Just to be mindful, because it looks as if you're looking at the Amazon model, and by virtue of their size, there are other licenses that they have that permit them to hold value in the interim. So just look into that some more. That's all. Thank you.
And an additional feedback on your user journey.
Okay, thank you.
So 2 aspects of your user journey to give feedback on. If you are looking at an open market, and from the example you gave, someone in Port Harcourt buying tomatoes from someone in Nasarawa, by the time you move that tomato to Port Harcourt, there cannot be a refund. It will not get there in the correct state. So you need to look at those things in terms of your user journey. If you say, let me give you a scenario. If you say you are in the open market in Mile 12, and your agent is going to be there to see the deliveries being made online, and you're going to pick the deliveries and do the deliveries. Once you're dealing with perishables, even from a supermarket to your house, in terms of perishables, things can change. So you need to be careful with those your terms and conditions. With you saying you're handling logistics and you want to move from Port Harcourt to Nasarawa, those things are already pain points that can just disrupt your entire process.
Again,
hold on. So we're already.
Sorry, please hold on. Let the judges make their final remarks.
We're commenting on what you pitched. If you did not mention open market, we will not be making the comments. If you look at the big e-commerce website, they don't like doing perishables. Most times you go straight to the merchant and go to their website and pay, and they will deliver to you in some shape or form. And it's unlikely you'll be quarreling about the state that's in, because it's as good as what you see at the shop. So back to her point that they get to you and they say, oh, this tomato is no longer as red as it looked when I did it, as if it's some kind of a McDonald's advert. So you now carry the tomato back to the merchant, to the woman in Mile 12. The point, just listen to what's been said, and that's just a general, practical, real life experience feedback. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Team 14. We'll now proceed to break and resume at 12:05. After the break, Team 63, please get ready to present, followed by Team 41. Thank you.
Where's my you want to say the you don't know the story.
Can I enjoy it? You did enjoy it? I mean, I keep quiet now because of noise. I can't do it.
This one is too much for me, sir. Okay, don't worry. Leave it here. Take that one back. Just leave it here. I'll leave it for me.
Hello, team. Sorry, just give us a few minutes. We'll be resuming shortly. Just to confirm, what team is currently sharing screen?
Aren't you?
Hello team, we'll be resuming shortly. Apologies for the delay. I will advise that nobody drops off the call. We do not want a scenario of I was on the call yesterday and I did not present, and when they called you, you were not on the call and then the meeting ended. So please, everybody be on the call. Just let us know what teams are available. We will call you according to the schedule. Thank you. Please put that information on the chat, not on the call. And please always remain on mute. Thank you. Put that information on the chat, not the call. Do not share your video unless you're presenting. Please, video off, mic off. If your mic is still on and you're talking while someone is presenting, you'll be taken off the call. Thank you.
Hello. Hello?
Yes, Team 43. We are aware of the situation that's happened with you. You present last because you're not scheduled for today, but because of you are not available at the time your team was present. So just stay on the call. You present last today. If you drop off the call again today before it's your turn to present, I cannot help your situation. So please stay on the call. Please be on mute and put your video off. Thank you very much.
Initially, that he was already working because I went to meet him that he said it's you, he said you start working with me. He said he started working with me, the administrator now came and told him to stop.
Okay, and welcome back, everyone. We are starting now. Just to clarify, the last team that presented is Team 14 grouped. We have two Team 14 on the sheet, and this for judges. We have Team 14 grouped and Team 14 registered. The last one is Team 14 grouped. Please, let's check it, judges. Thank you. So we are starting now with Team 23. Team 23, please, you can come forward. Note that you have just 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions. Please, let's focus more on your demo. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joy.
And I'm Musnachi.
So we're here to present our solution. And our problem statement is how do we leverage on Enaira to facilitate international remittance and FX transaction. Slides. 23. Next slide. Okay, international remittance and FX change transaction has totally not been digitalized in any. This is a pain point that I am a user. This is a pain point that I am a user's share. And the current solution, which is going to the bank and finding how to change this USD, is not working. It's not user friendly. Let me say it's not user friendly. Next slide. So our solution is the value we are bringing with our solution is a seamless and easy way to do FX transaction and international remittance. So you can receive foreign currencies in the comfort of your home, and you don't have to go to the bank. You don't have to queue. You don't have to stress. So we are bringing this. We are bringing this with better rates, and the stress of going to the bank would not be there. So that's our solution.
So how does the solution work? So a user comes to our platform and initiates a transaction, imputes the amount you're sending and the Enaira wallet you're sending to. Next slide. So we create a transaction on the back end and use one of Access Bank's APIs to provide a virtual account for them. They get the account details and they send the USD to it. Next slide. So we confirm the amount they sent, and if it matches the amount we see on the ledger, on the account, we send the equivalent Enaira to the provided wallet address. Next slide.
So for the market size, based on our research, by 2020, the total remittance in the world would be $630 billion US. And in Nigeria, total remittance in Nigeria is set to increase by 7.1%, which is 20.6 billion in 2022, and we are charging 1% for every transaction, and this is for 35% of people that would use fintech app for transactions, and that's about 7.2 billion US dollars. Next slide. So Nigeria is currently ranked as the world top 10 remittance destination country, and according to Global Bank, migrants will likely send more money to their home country now that the price of everything has really gone up. So this is our competition quadrant. So you can see our product Mira. It is affordable and it is online, and based on other competitors that you can see, for the banks you have to go there. It's an offline transaction, and for other one like Wise and Pioneer, the prices are not really affordable. So ours is bringing the solution, is bringing affordability, and it's an online transaction. It is fast, it is easy, and it is seamless.
Okay. And for the tech stack, next slide. For the tech stack, we're using React for the front end, Node.js for the back end, a PostgreSQL database, and we're hosting our infrastructure on Azure. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, the team consists of me and Joy. I'm the software developer and she's the product designer. So onto our demo. So we only require BVN from the person so that we can create a virtual account. Okay, so basically that's the flow. So they put the amount they are sending on the wallet alias, and we provide a virtual account. And when they send the money to the virtual account, we confirm, and we send the equivalent Enaira to the provided wallet address. So that's our demo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You said better rates. How do you guarantee better rates?
So since we're competing with people like Bureau de Change, which use something close to the black market rate, and platforms like Grey, so if we're going to be competing with them, we have to match their rates.
So that's not necessarily better rates. You're just probably going to have existing or prevailing market rate.
Yeah, it's better rates than the bank rate. The bank rate is currently something like 430. So instead of using platforms like Pioneer that you would get 430, you use our platform, you get something around 660.
And also, our platform is easy. So the platform like Grey and the ones that give high rates, they have this complex, okay, get a virtual account and all of that, but that's not, we're giving you good rates and the platform is easy and seamless.
Do you know why those people are asking for those virtual accounts? Did you try to understand the reason why, which goes back to, which will now lead us to the second question. Who is doing the exchange? Who is converting the USD to the Naira?
Okay, we're not actually doing a conversion, right? What we're doing is collecting their USD and we're giving them an equivalent in Naira. So we already have, we have Naira funded. So we control the account so we can withdraw the USD.
So you have become a commercial bank if you are collecting the USD.
We're not the ones, like, it's Access Bank that's collecting it, right? But it's just that we are using the API, so it's easier for us to monitor.
Which will not lead to your rates. You want to charge 1%. If you're riding on an Access Bank API and license, they will charge you. So your rate cannot be 1%. Which is probably why your competitions look expensive to you, because the bank that is going to hold the funds for them, the bank that would hold the USD, give them the Naira fund, that they will be debited the USD for other transactions, the bank is going to charge them.
Okay, to take the normal transfer rate, like transferring the money to the account is going to take the normal rate, but what we're taking is, the 1% we're taking is like our profit, right? Converting the money that lands to Enaira to stay afloat, so that at least we're taking something. The USD that lands on the account.
I think, let me just clarify this conversation about rates and fees. You know, you should treat them separately so that everybody understands what you're talking about. The conversion rate is, you know, like how much you eventually convert, right? But the fee is a separate charge for facilitating that, you know, transaction. So if you say you're giving better rates, but what you're really analyzing for us is the fee, or like, do you get what I mean? If you say you're giving better rate, but you're telling me the conversion amount as opposed to the fee that you would charge. So let me give you an example. If somebody wants to send 100,000 Naira to USD, right? TransferWise, for instance, will tell you, okay, this is the fee I'll charge, let's say 15 Naira, right? But then they'll tell you the rate at which they will convert the net of the money they're about. So I think if you're communicating both to like your customers or other people, you need to clarify what you're referring to as rate and fees. And like she was saying, you know, who are going to be your stakeholders or like partners, because people charge those fees because they are settling a bunch of intermediaries, right? So if you're not able to map out, maybe you would delete some intermediaries to reserve some more margin for you, then the solution might be more expensive than you originally intended. If not, you'll be running at a loss. And if you're not a venture-backed business, I don't know how long you survive like that.
Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, team. So we're calling on the next team, Team 41. You can start sharing your screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. So please note you're presenting for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So we're team 41, TechShed registered. So the problem statement we have is how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products to enhance their existing services. So for that, we developed a system that will allow SMEs and startups to accept payments in 3 simple steps. So what's our solution? Our solution is the smartest way to receive payments, where the relevance of our solution is to let SMEs, startups, to receive payment instantly with Enaira. So the benefits of our system is we are strictly Enaira, which is blockchain system. Okay? Then we will definitely have lower processing fee, instant payment, security. It will require less documentation to onboard. So an easy onboarding of a merchant to Enaira as well. Then we have great user experience, and then recommend payments for future on Enaira. So the use cases of this is where every SME, startups, point of sale, fintech, government, NGOs, and many more organizations can be able to use this system to accept payments using Enaira. So how does it work there? It works in a simple way whereby if you integrate our system into your system to accept payments, you have your order page, your customer places an order, you redirect your customer to us. We provide we provide a QR code for your customer to scan. Your customer scan and pays. We confirm the payment and we credit you. So what's the market size? The market size, based on Statista, Nigerian digital payments market, as of 2022 is $12.5 billion, which leads us to having over million SMEs and startups in Nigeria. So the growth of this market by 2027 will be $23.8 billion, which we target to gain 10% of this market by 2027. And the reason why we are looking at 10% of this market is because we are not going to scrape out the existing payment system. Instead, we are going to use Enaira as a way to support Nigeria's digital payments market. So the major scope of this business is digital commerce, which includes business to customers and business to business, point of sale systems, government and NGOs. So the dynamics of this chosen market is currency fluctuations, which will determine the value of what we are going to obtain. Then fluctuations of demands on products and services from service providers. Like, let's say, okay, a fintech is using us, so based on his services, that's where we'll be able to make money. So the tech stack we use is Python and Django for the back end, pure HTML, CSS for front end. Then we use GitHub for repository and CI/CD. Then Notion for project management, and Postgres SQL for database. So, currently, 5 Enaira APIs, including the BVN API for verification. And then in the future, we plan to consume more APIs in order to make it a full system. So our team members, we are 2 members, and then we have 2 mentors. So where Zainab is the front-end developer and I work as the back-end developer. So finally, let me give you a demo. So this is the core payment system where you can be able to log in and you can easily sign up. But because of time, let me just go back, log in with an existing user account. So once you log in, you can be able to have a dashboard, you can get your secret key, and you can get an API documentation. So in just simple 4 steps, you can be able to integrate your system into our system. So if we can be able to test the APIs online, let me just get a sample of data and show you a test. So once you send this data, you'll get a response like this, and once you respond like this, you redirect your user to the payment URL. So let me show you. That's all about the payments we have currently. Then you'll be able to see your balance and your so this is a sample payments a store that we created to simulate how a user will be able to accept payments. So once your user come here, check out and places an order, let's say, and you'll be able to place an order. Once you place an order, you get redirected to our system. You scan. After you scan, currently if you scan it with your Enaira wallet, it will show you a way to make payment. You can be able to make payment. So once you make payment, you can be able to click finish and it will process everything automatically. So once you click finish, you'll be redirected with a status. So once you get it, you direct your user and fulfill his order. So once we get back here, you'll be able to see that, okay, you have gotten 1,000 Naira addition more. So that's all what our system is all about. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, team. Judges can ask questions.
Thank you. So just to confirm, you are a service platform. You're just offering technology solutions to SMEs and startups.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Just to nitpick on your choice of tech stack, how did you decide on Python over something like Node.js?
Can you please come again? I didn't hear you.
How did you decide on Python over Node.js or any other scalable backend language? Yeah.
So we chose Python and Django because it's a backend language, number one. It's secure and it's scalable, highly scalable. It has been used by a lot of giant companies. And so we look at that and we decided to go with Django. And in addition to that, since it's a transactional based system, so we prefer to go with an SQL based data system such that it will be easy for us to make relationships.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to ask you, so what is your business proposition? Is there any advantage? Is it more secure? Are there any rewards for using the Enaira instead of the conventional payment methods?
Yes, it's more secure, that's number one, and it's cheaper than using the conventional payment methods. And it's easier to onboard a user because if you have to use, let's say, something like the normal payment systems, you will have to get like PCI DSS and so on. With Enaira, you're not keeping users' data, you're not collecting users' card details and so on. You're not collecting a lot of data, so it's a lot more easier and the fees will be lower.
Fair enough.
Thank you very much, team. Team 41. So we're moving on to the next team, and that is team 42. Team 42. Just for purpose of clarification, earlier on we got a presentation from team 14. That was team 14 grouped. So team 42, please go ahead and share your screen.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see my screen? Please
Yes,
confirm.
we can see your screen. Please go ahead. Your time starts now.
Thank you. This team 42 IEF, two individuals, Uche and Osama. We're going to walk you through quickly because of time crunch on our agenda here. Stated. First things first, we're looking at our problem statement. Our problem statements actually connote on how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products or enhance existing services. So first of all, we need to understand the problem impact in Nigeria and Africa at large. First things first, there's actually disjoint in services in different sectors of the economy. Secondly, mismanagement and equal distribution of opportunities. Third, ineffective budget allocation mechanism for startups and SMEs. Insufficiency in facilitation of trade with adequate access to finance, opacity in data records, digital records for business history relative to digital currency, and attrition in funds resources available to start up and existing businesses. And also we look at the problem, there's currently a problem of scalability of existing business due to information asymmetries. What are the current solutions for this? The current solution, of course, is Enaira, because this will actually enhance the digital provisioning of services. But there is a caveat to this. The thing is, Enaira within its own wallet is actually like a centric wallet. So for you to actually interface with other services, you have to either transfer from your wallet itself to the other wallet with no current Enaira wallet. I have the wallet here, and that's what I found as a one of the challenges. Now, our solution here is actually to provide a decentralized wallet which incorporates Enaira, allowing for enhanced access management to new and existing services, especially startups. And you say, why is that? The reason is that with this, you have several services provided to you in your hands, right? And in terms of understanding what the differentiation are, what that does is it allows you to get what are the use cases that we're going to get from our solution. The use cases are going to be the budget allocation for startups, microservices, store of value in terms, because you're going to have your Enaira for transactions, as well as, you could find an option for a historical investment profile and financial literacy provided to individuals just to educate them on Enaira, especially the younger ones. And then we actually carried out some to understand where we are in terms of financial inclusion for Nigeria, just to understand the comparison between bank accounts, individuals who own bank accounts as mobile connectivity, internet use, and social media use. And we saw that Nigeria actually came up 80% only within the mobile use. So that actually gave us an edge to understand that providing a solution with a mobile would actually aid. Secondly, we look at the G5, and it also shows the same data as well. Taking a data from DataFight, it shows that the market unbanked money to 2021 was about $26.17 trillion, trillion naira, I beg your pardon. And this is the unbanked money in circulation. And the unbanked Nigeria is approximately 69 million naira. So if you actually do like a little data analytics on that, you see that per unbanked person, you're looking at $409,000, which is just floating around. And these could be individuals that have provision or services to provide, but isn't available. So how does the solution work? We look at integrating with other services that allow for prompt payment, management of resources, and also additional gamification of Enaira experience, just to aid the younger generation who are used to playing games understand finances while playing those games or what you have. And as well, you can, as it is a wallet, you can exchange values from it. So this is what it looks like in a way. I don't know if someone wants to go through this, because of time crunch, we may just show you what this looks like. And then our tech stack is mockups, Figma, front end, Dart. Our back end is actually hosted with Firebase and Python, database, Firestore, and our cloud is actually Google cloud provider. Members here are myself, Uchenna Nyoha, and Usama Ansari. So right now, I'm just gonna go pretty quickly and give you a demo of what this looks like. So currently, I'm actually using my virtual my machine here. So I'm gonna spin this up real quick and show you what it looks like, and in the set of codes which I have. So this will take about 14 seconds to spin up.
Okay. While we're waiting for the demo to come up, could you just go back to your problem statement again, because there's quite a long list.
Sure.
The next slide. There's one.
Hello?
There's
okay. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Disjointed services in different sectors, mismanagement and unequal distribution of opportunities, ineffective budget allocation mechanism, insufficiency in facilitation of trade with adequate access to finance, opacity, arbitration, is that arbitration? Attrition. And the last one that's very faint.
Attrition.
Okay. I'm trying to tie.
I beg your pardon. That is ineffective scalability of existing businesses.
No problem. So I'm trying to tie all this to the solution, and the last slide before the thank you was talking about gamification and the rest of them. Well, I don't get confused easily, but I don't understand. I'm trying to understand the link, unless
yes.
It's just
so
me.
No, I'm gonna help you with your
Please do.
understanding there. Yes. So when it comes to the gamification experience, it is not necessarily that you're playing for you just want to play game for the sake of it, but we are using Enaira as a form of financial literacy to provide that understanding to a gamification experience. So it gives Nigerians the opportunity, those who are techie, to create several, services or games and have this available in our platform. And by so doing, this provides financial literacy to the young. Lots of the younger generations right now are pretty interested in. There's a huge community with technology and playing video games and all of that. Why can't we bring that same experience with the currency itself? And so what we are doing here is it helps us bring individuals that provide such services into our platform, just to help you just understand what is going on here. I'm not quite sure if that answers the question, but the gamification experience is not as if you're playing video games, but providing financial literacy with a gamification. So that is actually one of the services where we're providing financial literacy. And then secondly, we go into budget management for several startups within the app as well. Sure. First things first, I'm going to put a... sure. I'm going to put a note in here saying that we haven't finished all the development yet, but I'll show you what this looks like. So it's as pretty as someone coming in and signing up. So I'll just use a random email address and come and put your password to create an account.
You're not sharing your screen.
I beg your pardon?
Please share your screen.
Okay, let me do that one more time again. I'm sorry. Can you see my screen?
Yes, no, good.
Sorry, wrong screen. Wrong screen. Okay, this is my emulator. Just bear with me here. Windows. Let me use the screen because to be easier. I'll just put it this way and bring this here, just for the sake of time. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Within brief.
Yes.
The code now.
So I have the screen there. Yeah. So, I beg your pardon?
We can see the code.
Okay. Can you see the virtual phone?
Yes. PNG.
Yes, we can see the emulator.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was just the name of it. We just have to give it something, right? Name. And then you create an account. What happens here is you put your name. So I'm just going to use my name for short.
We apologize, Team 42. Because of time constraints, we'll need to stop you there. We're going to have to move on to the next team. We have about 14 teams to go through today.
Okay.
Yes.
So would there be any questions at this point?
No, we're moving on to the next team. Thank you. So team 63. You can now share your screen.
Okay.
This is team 42 presenting. Moving to team 63.
Please, there's a confusion about team 63. There are two team 63s, and we seem not to know which is registered and which is grouped. Our team registered, we didn't register as a group.
Hi, Mara.
And all the while, that's how we've been known in the hackathon as team Yeah, as
Hi.
Team 63 registered. That's how we've been presenting.
Hi, Mara. Good afternoon. So there are two teams, Team 63 grouped and Team 63 registered. Team 63 grouped did not make it to the semi-finals. Team 63 registered made it to the semi-finals, and that's why they're about to present. Your team members are not even on the
We present at.
You didn't
We
make it to
presented
the
as Team
semi-finals.
63.
Did you get an email stating that you have made it to the semi-finals?
An email?
Did you get an email?
No, we didn't.
Exactly. So Team 63 Team 63 grouped did not make it to the semi-finals. Registered made it to the semi-finals, and that's Brian's team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Team 63 registered, you may proceed.
On behalf of my team, I would like to thank KFF and Central Bank for giving us this opportunity. I'd also want to take this chance to appreciate my fellow innovators. It's really tensed up right now, but we hope our solutions make sense. So our team name is NetSense, and we want to enable MSMEs and individuals leverage Enaira to access overdrafts for business enhancement. So, pain points, we have tedious paperwork, we have rigid loan tenors, we have high interest rates, we lack proper record, the MSMEs lack proper record keeping, then there's expensive payment infrastructure for MSMEs to have, like, for example, POS. In margin, there are over 39 or 38 million, approximately 39 to 38 million MSMEs in Nigeria. And you can imagine if each of them would require POS, that would be completely an expensive infrastructure. And then some of their loan structure, they always require loan processing fees. So what does the market need? The MSME market requires affordable loans, flexible loan payments, easily accessible loans, zero loan processing fees. Then what are the current solutions for the customers? So the current solutions, they are loans on turnovers, but these are pegged on SMEs. Then we also have instant mobile loans, then we have salary advance loans, and then we have loans to security. So why is the current solution failing? Most financial institutions offer loans with high interest rates and stringent conditions that are not easily available for MSMEs. Loans processing fees, strict requirements that disqualify eligibility of most MSMEs, and then strict repayment schedules. Then we aim to make financial products and services accessible and affordable to all individuals and businesses regardless of their personal network or company size through Enaira. So welcome to Mokash. Mokash, I want you to understand very clearly that we are not a financial institution, but we are a financial technology business that we shall partner up with, if everything goes well, with Access Bank to provide the technology and our products so that we can be in a position to support MSMEs and individuals to leverage on Enaira through overdraft. So I want to explain, Mokash enables individuals and business owners to overdraw their Enaira wallets for payments of good utilities and services whenever they have insufficient funds. So we're going to introduce a business PIN number because we told you we're a technology business. So we already have seen that it is expensive to provide POSs for all these MSMEs, but we want to enable MSMEs to track their turnovers. So we want to introduce an inexpensive product. So it's called a business PIN numbers. It's a cash collection service that allows merchants to collect money on a regular basis from their customers through Mokash. So this is an example of a business PIN number. A merchant, this is Danny's Booker, just a normal Booker where you just go and have your meal. Instead of providing them with a POS, the Danny is going to display this business PIN number on his business, and then you can use USSD service to pay. And each time you pay, and we are going to understand your spending power, and we're also going to understand Danny's enterprises. We are also going to understand his turnovers. So using his turnover can overdraft, and the turnover can suppliers. More cash allows customers to shop from retail stores on credit via business speed numbers. The credit rate will vary from wallet. We are only restricting more cards to those book in a better place. The minimum amount customers can access on more cash is in around 100, and overdraft limits will be based on 20 to 25% viability like other loan platforms. So I would like to invite my colleague so that he can just do the demonstrations, because the slides are many and our time is limited. But what you need to understand is a takeaway. It's a big market. There are over 39 million MSMEs, and we want at least to acquire 5% of the market and 1% to be in our first year. So when we're looking at the Southwest region, we can see there are almost 39.6 million and MSMEs.
Hi,
and
Team
then
Mokash. Hi, Team 63. You've currently exceeded your 5 minutes. The judges will proceed to ask you questions now. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, team. So I'm confused. I need a clarification. You say you are a technical service provider, yes?
Yeah, sure.
So how are you offering overdraft?
So we are going to have a partnership with the bank, and then each individual business will be a bank account with the bank in the back end. And each individual having a Mokash wallet is a real bank account with the bank in the back end. So after we are able to check the turnovers from businesses or transactions from a business, then we can then advise, we can then structure that overdraft, and after structuring that overdraft, we're going to make sure that the overdraft facility is available in the customer's wallet.
Okay, so you need to be careful of two things. You can't structure the overdraft if you are the technical service partner. The bank will structure it. And today, banks already structure this overdraft to their SME, MSME customers. Maybe the extra thing will be for banks to now decide to start doing Enaira overdrafts, but I'm not sure there's anything original about this proposition apart from you're trying to say it will run on Enaira.
The current market already does not have a structured way to understand loans and turnovers for MSMEs. These are guys who basically collect daily funds, and they don't have a way to go and you see, SMEs themselves who are already banked, who are already included. Banks can easily structure overdrafts for them on turnovers. But these MSMEs who do not have a structured way, we are providing them a business speed number, which means we are going to bank them, and after banking them, then we can then advise the banks, and the banks can take over to do the overdrafts, but we are going to provide that service for them.
So if you say you're looking at unbanked MSMEs, and then you're the one that is going to be the one that is getting their funds to be able to advise the bank that this is their transaction pattern, you are now a business provider. You are no longer just a technical service provider.
Sure. Woodwork is both.
Yeah, like I don't think you're very clear on the kind of solution you want to introduce to the market. Even if you wanted to help out with, like, credit scoring or credit analysis, you've said it with your mouth that MSMEs are largely unbanked. So how do you get access to their cash transactions to be able to support whatever like data you might have on their banking transactions or their banked transactions? So like, you need to know, are you going to be quote unquote an agent that is supporting that on-ramp into the banking system, or are you like a credit scoring or credit analytics platform that is working with the bank on like, credit scoring essentially. So I think you're not very clear, or we can't seem to understand what exactly your offering is. And you said zero loan processing fees, interest rates are too high. I'm just like, these things are there for a reason, and if you can't show us how exactly you're going to make yours more affordable, then it's hard to buy into such a solution.
And also, when you have banks, customers defaulting, not paying bank, who does the bank hold? Is it you or the customer?
Within No. Each customer, when registering on our platform, we have their BVN, and that's why we're saying we want to make sure that businesses can receive those MSMEs that are not banks. We'll have business PIN numbers where transactions can be linked to, and then we are going to make sure that we can deduct the loans immediately or upon they are received on that business wallet, so that we make it we remove the burden of the MSME having to pay that loan at the end of every month. So the business owner becomes the guarantor, and the business itself becomes a guarantor. So in a situation where the owner is not able to pay, upon receiving of payment in the business PIN numbers, we deduct it. And in the case where the business owner probably closes business, then the business owner can continue with servicing the loan.
Thank you very much, Team 63.
Because we are going to match that loan.
Sorry, hold on. Because it's important that we provide clarifications on areas that are very slippery slopes. Number one, just to be clear, you cannot overdraw the Enaira wallet under any circumstance. That's number one. Number two, if you're referring to cash-backed loans, it would be nice to be very clear that's what it is. Number three, when you begin to talk about guarantor, the business owner, the business, I'm trying to separate the two, and who guarantees who and who ensures payment is done. I hope you realize you're turning yourself into a bank, one way or the other. Because as the questions come through, the clarifications you provide makes it even a bit more convoluted in terms of in event of a default, because you already inserted yourself in the credit decision making process and assuming that the bank will back you with funding, which I think you just need to look at it again. And if you're unsure how the credit process works, maybe you just speak to anyone that is in the credit side of a bank at the minimum, and they can guide you with the underlying basics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Team 63, just take this admonition, take the recommendation and the comments, impact it in your business development ahead of the grand finale. Thank you. Moving on to the next team, Team 77. Team 77, you can share your screen now.
Is my screen showing?
Not yet.
My screen.
Not yet. You can also lower your hand. Not yet.
Okay. Can you see now?
Not. It's loading. Yes, we can see your screen. You can start, please.
Okay. My name is Kizito. I represent Team 77, Team Payport, and our solution is Payport to respond to the question of Enaira in lifestyle services. There are three things. There's a saying that says that there are three things that one cannot quite escape in life. That's bills, taxes, and debts. And bills are a recurrent theme in all of our lives, and it's quite easy to let those bills overgrow or let it slip to your hands, and you get to a point that you discover that this bill is due, this bill is due, this bill is due, this bill is due. And then most service providers for lifestyle services in Nigeria, they do on recurrent basis that if your bill has not been paid by so will take away this service, and applies to power, water, TV, data, internet, a lot of things. And so we decided to work on that, and we decided to the problem that we decided to solve is helping the average Joe manage those bills, not in the sense that we're helping them keep it together, we're helping them give them a platform to pay it easily through one-click options. We are giving them a platform that they can have an M2C, a merchant to consumer relationship, that we get the big platforms, the ADCs, the discos, DSTVs, the internet providers, and we can pay those bills from our platform through one click. Currently, the lifestyle market is a fish that is a bowl that too many big fishes are already swimming in it, and there are a lot of apps that already help to do these things. And so we are leveraging on the Enaira to take away two things. One, the Enaira has no transaction cost, so we are trying to use the Enaira to remove that transaction cost. So having no transaction cost on our own part helps us to create a small space for us that we can then use to like reduce the cost on the side of the consumer, and also in merchant POS charges we can now slash those by 50%, because obviously we are not incurring much in terms of cost on the transaction side. The market, Nigeria has a very, very big market in terms of this, because we are talking of a population of 200 million people that pay their bills, they buy their light, they buy their water. Prepaid meter has become a thing that has suddenly bloomed up, and everybody's getting their prepaid meter, and we are talking of an electrical bill coming up that is going to let people generate power. And so you're about to have something that there are a lot of service providers coming up, and more are still coming up very fast. So these bills, if we have a platform that can incorporate all these bills into one place, then it's going to be a very good, and we help manage recurrent bills. So if you pay your light every month, or you pay your DSTV every month, we help manage that too. And so use cases that we help the users pay their bills, we help the users renew their bills, we help the users monitor those bills, because I said those bills can go out of hand. You might think that this month you paid 5,000 on data, and next month you discover that, oh, your data expenses jumped 10%. What have I been doing with data? If you're not keeping track of those things help. We are hoping to capture, because I said the market is very big and there are already big fish swimming in it, and we hope to take out 10% of the market. It's a lofty goal, but we hope to start small, and hopefully within 2-3 years of this thing achieve half of this goal. We have strategies. Our most this thing is we plan to go the path that Kuda went, and Kuda touted themselves as a transaction-free service. That's the bank of the free. And so because of time, I'd like to show a little bit of demo before I introduce our team members. This is Payport, the service, and you can see we help the user to manage their bills, your DSTV, your electricity, your food. Sometimes if you eat at a place, and there are some people that pay to restaurants and just eating there, if you're into that kind of thing. And so we also allow options that allow merchants to register, the user to register, and to also connect existing Enaira wallets to the to our service. And we should also know that we don't keep much user. We do not plan to keep a lot of credentials on our server, because of the fact that the servers, we don't want a situation where the user will have to start worrying about security. No, we everything is done. We left the heavy lifting to Enaira. Enaira has a soft token option that we just use to like remind the user. So those transactions are approved by the user because we also accept recurrent payments. So the user can pledge the user can leave the payments to us, but the user has to maintain a soft token so that payments do not, if there is a breach of
Thank
our
you very much,
services.
Team 77. You've exceeded 6 minutes. We'll go on to the judges. Thank you.
Hi, team. I think you've captured your solution to feature problem statements being payment of lifestyle. So you've covered the lifestyle bit, and you also provided the options for recurrent bills. I just have two feedbacks. Number one, to the presenter, you don't sound very excited about your products. So if you do make it to the next round, you need to sell it to us, because I think you do have a solution there. The other feedback is the people you have mentioned you would like to partner with. That's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. The discos, the DSTVs, which are really the regular lifestyle payments. So you also need to be able to show the value proposition to those people that will make them come to your platform. The user will most likely come because you're saying your transaction charge free. But the business people you need to have on board for the user to come, you need to also be able to show us the value proposition to those people. That's just the feedback.
Thank you, Ma. For the business people, we are cutting the charges per transaction they make, because there's also a charge. Merchants, there are services that charge like 0.2% per money that you receive. We are planning to cut that too, because also, like I said, Enaira gives us gives us that little extra gap for us to just stamp in and cut those charges and let the people focus on their money, because nobody really wants to lose money. So it's actually we are basing on those charges. We are going to cut those charges really down.
All right, thank you. So I know we had to cut you short because of time, but I would love to see, because you're cutting down a lot of things from your deployment, I would love to see how your merchant can track transactions, how they can trace transactions to different customers.
There is a dashboard. There is a dashboard for everybody. There is a user dashboard. There is a there is a customer dashboard, and this dashboard is what we use. So per transaction, the API will log that request and then show it to the merchant. It's all about transparency. We are not hiding anything. We are, like I said, we are just storing it for purpose keeping. Those are shown to the merchant. If the merchant makes 20 transactions per day, we show it to the merchant, and we'll since Enaira just makes the payment and returns the response to us, we just log that response and display it to the user, to the merchant.
Okay, that still hasn't been demoed, but you know, you're dealing with merchants here, and reconciliation is big for them. So
Hello,
if you make it to the next round, so just try to show reconciliation when you talk to business, to customers. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm also not even very clear on whether you're going to be a wallet or how exactly are you going to interface with the Enaira. So are you going to use
our connecting in our onboarding? We have an option to allow existing users, that is people that already have their Enaira wallets, we allow them connect their Enaira wallet straight up. And we have also for you to create new Enaira wallets also. That's for the merchants and for the users. So if you already have an Enaira wallet, good and fine. everything is stored. Most of the heavy lifting of the application is done by Enaira. What we just do is we have the merchants in one place with their own accounts. You are the user, you're paying the merchants. We just say, okay, month has come, this guy's light is already expiring. I will just send the payment, of course, with the store token feature. We just deduct the payment and transfer it to the merchant, and then the merchant can reinstall your electricity, your TV, and we track all these little things.
Quick one, let me not take too much time. Hold on. Will the merchant create an Enaira wallet, or you're sending money to a merchant's bank account?
No. The merchant will create an Enaira wallet. We plan to go to partner and to propose to these merchants that, look, on Enaira we are cutting down these POS charges. So if you get an Enaira wallet, there's nothing for you to lose, and there's everything for you to same value. So it's just a matter of you receiving this Enaira.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team 77. We'll move on to the next team, Team 31. Team 31.
Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, please. What team is this Team 31?
This is Team 31.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Please share your screen.
Yeah, all protocols. Yeah, share my screen now.
Thank you. While 31 is presenting, Team 40, please get ready to present.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. All protocols are duly and respectfully observed. Yeah, my name is Mustafa Tijani, co-founder and CEO at Europay. With me here is Jesus Zara, my CTO at Europay. Our problem statement here is how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products and enhance their existing services. And here we've designed a live product, Europay, automated smart flights, payment, and refund and travel. The challenge you address obtaining, if your flight is cancelled today, how do you get a refund? You need to file in documentation. For a refund, you need to call them, bring it all down. So obtaining a refund usually requires you to file in documentation, existing payment infrastructures. Regardless of the payment infrastructure used to make payment for your flight, if your flight is cancelled, you need to call the airline contact center or file in documentation. So Europay is a platform powered by the Enaira that gives automated refund. You make payment with Enaira and get automated refund. How it works is travel agents and travelers create the Europay accounts. Airlines also have the Europay accounts. They link their Fiat bank accounts, and as well the Enaira wallet. If you don't have an Enaira wallet, you automatically create an Enaira wallet for the travelers, travel agents, and airlines. Our market size, the airline ticketing market size is valued around $9 billion by 2020, valued around $9 billion by 2028 at compound annual growth rates. Text. We have our programming languages, Node.js, database, PostgreSQL. We have API is GraphQL, blockchain infrastructure is Solidity, smart contract is BSC, the technology is React.js, Tailwind, and Portfolio. This is the team. That's me, Mustafa Tijani. I'm a corporate travel and blockchain architect. That's Mr. Johnny Thorson, one of the 25 most influential in the travel industry globally. That's Jesus Dara, my CTO. That's Joel, our co-founder, front-end developer. That's Mr. Charles Okafumba, full stack, and also our founding advisor at Europay. This is the link to our demo. Thank you very much. So now I'm going to pass to permit me to introduce Jesudara to actually walk us through the demo, the live demo that we have.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeminusi Jesudara, and it is a huge honor being here this afternoon, showcasing to us the future of aviation powered by the Enaira. Right? Can you guys please see my screen? I hope you can. Because of time now, we've gone ahead to record this live AeroPay session. So I will be using a test account for this demo. And this process is basically the authentication process now that checks to see that, okay, yes, this user is of course registered on our platform. It's just a basic login session. So after successful authentication, the user, of course, gets to see the basic info about their dashboard, their wallet balance, the number of flights they booked for, the number of refunds they have, the total deposits. Going to the wallet page, of course, this is the page that allows users to deposit Enaira, withdraw Enaira, send or receive Enaira, of course, show all transactions as well. Going to the deposit page, the user, of course, is allowed to enter a particular amount of Enaira they want to deposit. So what basically happens is the system checks if the user has an Enaira wallet. If the user doesn't have, of course, the system creates one for them with the create consumer endpoint. And of course, after that, the user gets to fund their wallet with Enaira, calling the create deposit endpoint. Of course, we see that their balance has been updated. Going to the flights page now, this page basically shows all of the list of flights available for the user to book in the case where the user wants to obviously book a flight and make a journey. So the user clicks on make payment and of course showing the itinerary of that flight and then clicks pay now. And what basically happens here is the system checks if the user has enough Enaira to book that particular flight. If not, they'll be able to do that. And if they do, of course, funds is transferred to an escrow that holds that funds, right? Of course, the airlines to claim a certain percentage from them. Now, the escrow allows the
Team 31
to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your 5 minutes is up. So we get to the other teams. We'll head over to the judges for questions. Thank you. Yes, Prince, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It was actually a very nice presentation. My question.
Yes, of course. There's a relationship between the airlines and Enaira. If the airlines need to have Enaira attached to the AeroPay platform. If they don't have Enaira attached to the AeroPay platform, AeroPay automatically creates the Enaira wallet for the airlines to actually receive payments from travelers paying via the Enaira.
And this is done by, of course, calling the create merchant, right, for that airline.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, team. There was one thing I struggled with, which is the value proposition. Because aside from the fact that you're going to be using the Enaira wallet to make payments on your platform, it looks like Waka now running on Enaira, or the airline deciding that because Enaira, or should we say when Enaira becomes extra popular, I figure that at some point, Arik will have to make it an option. Just like today when you're trying to pay, you see pay with USSD, pay with card, pay with transfer. At some point, pay with Enaira will also have to be on their platform. So what exactly is that value proposition? That's one thing I haven't been able to see here.
Yeah, so actually what AeroPay does is not just facilitating the e-payment. AeroPay actually taking that burden. It's a smart contract design that facilitates refunds and cancellation. Because if your flight is cancelled, it doesn't the fact that you make payment that AeroPay, you get automated refund. You can actually call the phone back to your wallet and AeroPay. Yeah.
Sorry, we
It's an
didn't really
automated
hear.
refund engine we designed,
Sorry,
not just a
sorry.
payment
Hold
plan.
on, hold on. Can you take that point again, please?
Okay, thank you very much. So it's not just an e-payment platform. We actually design an automated smart flight refund engine. But for you to get your refund, if your flight is cancelled, you need to make payments using the Enaira via the Europay platform. So it's API based. You make payments using your Enaira. If your flight is cancelled, because of the rules set on the Europay platform by airlines, you get automated refund to your Enaira wallet via Europay.
Sorry, just to understand. So you substitute yourself in place of the ticket, the traveler's contact details?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Usually when I buy my ticket online, I put in my email, my number, so I get email confirmation, I get text messages and all that when there are changes. So will you substitute that, or the airlines will accept additional notification fields and they route it through you, then you notify me, assuming I use a platform?
So everything is done. Everything can be done from the airline. You make your bookings from the airline. It's time for you to make payments. You make payment via. You choose to make payment via Europay because the airline knows Europay is there to give automated refund if the flight is cancelled. So instead of choosing other e-payment platform, you choose to make payment via Europay because you believe if the flight is cancelled, you can actually get automated refund via Europay and book the next available flight. And you can decide to choose to do these processes via the Europay platform, whichever ways.
Sorry, it's I think you're shifting a bit. So you now become a payment gateway on the airline's platform? Apart from
Yes. We're a payment gateway for the airline.
So you do know you need a license for that, right?
Payment gateway for the airlines,
Since you are now the firm, I'm not the technology anymore, you will require a license for that, I'm sure you're aware. A payment service provider platform.
License for what exactly, please?
Okay, then
Sure,
I think if the question is coming from you, then I think you need more work then.
Sorry, please, I didn't hear you.
Thank you very much. Prince, do you still have a question to ask?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you very much, team. So move on to the next team.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so moving on to team 40. Team 40?
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, present.
Please share your screen. Good afternoon. Please share your screen.
Oh,
We can see your screen.
Oh, just one thought. And our problem statement is to how to leverage Enaira for the FX exchange, and future of inward and outward transfers, not just making payments outside. Nigeria is currently a fully import-dependent country, and this has put a bit of pressure on CBN to settle FX for exportations and for many other expenses that have been made by Nigerian users. Much more importantly, focus is for SMEs that have found it very difficult to make or to restock for products that are greatly in use. This has caused a bit of, I think, an artificial inflation in Nigeria. Our problem statements have been surveyed around 20 million Nigerians that cannot afford to buy FX for school fees, for medical purchases, for medical records and all that. And this has led them to go to the BDCs to buy at an exorbitant rate. We've also seen 55% of Nigerians that are living below $1 because of inflation, and currently 250,000 SMEs that are having these particular challenges of exports. We built a solution that is premised on three core factors. We believe if the CBN has a full end-to-end control on disbursement, monitoring, and control of how FX is being spent, this particular problem will be fully resolved. And so we are digitizing access to this and also building a collaborative platform. What EGO is to do is to provide a centralized international payment platform where users can come on this platform and make payment directly to their merchants or to their vendors from their wallets. And also, we created an FX marketplace where users themselves, instead of depending on BDCs, can do these exchanges by themselves at a fair rate as the CBN control and monitoring this platform also. We've also metamorphosed the international payment into a payment gateway where we can work on social commerce, allow SMEs bring in their goods within this platform, do exchanges within Africa. Now we are promoting cross-border payments, cross-border trade within the platform. This cross-border trade would have a ripple effect on our national reserves in terms of dollars because we'll be able to collect dollars from Nigerians in diaspora. The focus is to sell local food, local goods within Nigeria. Our business model is premised on 5 key revenue generating, that's fees on FX, fees on marketplace applications, fees on payment processing, and we're providing a /buy in our parts that we'll be providing the platform. I would review how the app works when I go through the demo itself. And for the market size, we looked at the 5 main things that are use case users, which are individuals and SMEs, spend FXs or want to do international remittances, and why they need FX in the first place. And first is education. We've seen that the total amount spent, $221 million spent on education in 2021. So also for medical tourism, BTAs and PTAs for business trips, and lastly importation, which focuses on the SMEs themselves. We have a reference to where this data have been gathered on. Our market size is total 59.6 billion. There's a serviceable of the market. For the market, we're focusing on 60 million Nigerians that are fully banked. We're focusing on the 110 million Nigerians that are also mobile enabled. We've done a bit of functionalities around people that provide these services in a niche form, but our edge against them is first and foremost providing an inbuilt payment gateway with fraud-proof, and we have a social commerce that is allowing our users trade within the platform. It's based on front-end React, mobile Flutter, and a backend .NET. So I'll go straight to the demo before I talk about the team.
Team 40, can I read your demo? You still have a few minutes left to present.
Thank you. So our user starts with the application by registering. They have 2 waves of onboarding application. That's creating a new account for users that are not on the Enaira wallet and those that are on Enaira. So I'm going to rush this. We have a focus on Nigerians in Nigeria and Nigerians in diaspora. That's why we have different countries accessible on the platform. We use Nigerians as a use case. So I'm trying to rush this because all these have been powered and backed by the Enaira BVN and onboarding API. We reviewed that for quality purpose. So this link takes us to the dashboard. We have 4 key features that addresses allows Enaira to be used for international remittances and FX exchange. And the first feature is to buy FX. Our users will be able to procure FX. This is a multi-tiered wallet applications where users will be able to open different wallets in different currencies. They can store value. They can make purchases from here directly to their vendors and the merchants. Can also make intra purchases within the SMEs within the platform. For users to create different wallets, they can create wallets in Euro, GBP, and focusly on Chinese yen because of our main market, which is users that import software, spare parts And these are the different wallets where users can do FX exchange. They can swap within the application, swap currencies across their wallets.
You've
This is
exceeded
backed
5
by-
minutes.
yes, and then we have the payment platform.
And an extra 1 minute given.
Let me just okay. Our payment platform allows users to request for PTA, and make purchases for school fees and medical services. Our FX marketplace aggregates our users, that's for the SMEs themselves, aggregates them on the platform. They can list their dollars for purchases. You click on the deal, you buy the deal using your Enaira wallet. Suggest where you want the money to be, particular exchange to be deposited. Your wallet, it comes into your Enaira wallet, and voila, you have it on your dashboard. It's also about the social commerce, which is to promote intertrade between Nigerians in diaspora and Nigerians in Nigeria. Our focus is to sell local.
Just to inform you, you're currently encroaching
Nigerians
into
in
the judges'
diaspora.
5 minutes question time.
Okay, so please, I'll just end the presentation here, and I'll sit back for questions from the judges.
Hello, please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. You made mention that CBN will oversee the end-to-end transaction. How do you intend to make that happen?
Okay, great, thank you. We'll be providing a full-scale business intelligence tool using Tableau. With this, CBN will be able to see from the standpoint of onboarding, users verification themselves.
Sorry,
who users are, what they currently do.
Could you start again? A bit
Okay,
louder,
we'll be providing, can you hear me, please? Okay, we'll be providing a dashboard powered by Tableau. Give CBN the access to manipulate this dashboard. They'll be able to see the onboarding parts, verify these users themselves. They'll be also able to also monitor purchases around what the users are using this, requesting this dollar for, what they're using this, what they're spending these dollars on.
Okay, sorry, before you land, I can tell you straight up right now that we do not and have no intention of having a feature, facility, support, or any name you want to call it along those lines. Okay?
Okay.
Because that is finding us squarely and unambiguously in a very, very retail space. Just so that any other participant anywhere should be clear on that. We simply warehouse or keep the Enaira platform and provide access to information through one way or the other and the rest of them. But if you expect us to be providing any other support service beyond dispute resolution that has to do with what happened to my Enaira wallet in a commercial bank, any other one, it's not a valid proposition that we intend to engage in.
Okay, certainly, I totally understand. I don't think the CBN will be involved in any core activities of support or providing any additional services to the platform, because this is literally, I think this is what the current party, where it is being currently solved, do is to send a detailed report on a monthly, annually basis to CBN for collation. What we're doing is, instead of sending reports, instead of allowing getting multiple reports from multiple parties and trying to form a full-scale database, we, as a central platform, have collected this report for already from our users that are providing the services, and then CBN can access this report directly from us, instead of waiting for third parties reports that might not be even genuine itself too. But this is actual activity reports that generated from transactions happening, generated from registration happening, and even payments happening directly from the platform.
Okay, I have one question for you. I would love you to talk about that application of PTA and BTA. Don't you think you are trespassing? You're going promising what you can offer.
So I'll start from how it is currently being resolved. Users have to go to the bank, fill from A, B, C, D, T, Z. What we're providing with the API generated from the Enaira API repository, we are provided a seamless form under payments. Because when user click on payment, they get to see the options. If they are requesting for this FX for PTA, BTA, or if they are trying to pay directly to their school abroad, or they are trying to pay for a medical services. For the PTA, BTA part, when they click on it and they fill a simple form, which is 5 steps, and this is verified and paid into their wallet that has been generated here, they can now use this wallet to pay out this money into directly to either the vendors or the shopping, even on the platform itself, so they can do that payment itself.
No, that's not the way the PTA platform works. So you didn't get this particular one.
Thank you very much, judges. For sake of time, I apologize for cutting in. So we're going to move on to the next team. Thank you very much, team 40. We're moving on to team 2.
Hello, good afternoon. We're here.
Good afternoon.
Subnetting.
Please share your screen.
Okay, Rob, are you here? Robert? Okay, while I wait for him to come, let me just run through what we have.
Please know we can't see your screen though.
Yeah, I know. Just hold on. My team member who's supposed to do that is not here now.
Okay.
But let me run through what we have. So we are providing the solution for the bank for 38 million on Bank Nigeria. And our solution looks to bank a significant amount of this 38 million, especially tier 1 and possibly tier 0 customers. To do this, instead of duplicating apps with very similar features, we are proposing extended features for the Enaira Speed Wallet and the use of agents. The agents take care of the knowledge graph. These extended features will allow the creation of PIN-protected Enaira Speed Wallet for the unbanked by these agents. This wallet will also have a transaction notification. The minimum requirement for this wallet to be a registered phone number. With that registered phone number, we can also have the financial footprints of the unbanked who are now banked and provide, so by their footprints, they can access loans and grants for social migration. Now, who are these agents we are talking about? Instead of looking for or creating agents from scratch, our agent shall be the already extensive POS ecosystem. So the POS ecosystem will be the agents that will carry out this registration for the unbanked. For example, an unbanked person can simply walk to a POS agent and the POS operator creates a PIN-protected e-wallet for them, and that's it. The extended features will also allow children in cities to possibly create wallets for their parents in the rural areas on the same wallet and send them authorization code, that's secret pins. Their parents may then go to any POS operator, present the wallet ID, withdraw or transfer using their secret pins. Now, to piggyback on the POS infrastructure, a directive may be issued by the CBN to these POS guys. That's the merchants themselves, not the agents per se. It's to be on their infrastructure, or the merchants can download this extended version or this Enaira with the extended features. So by this wallet, they can create wallets for the unbanked. For example, I'm currently in a village in Enugu State. There's no single bank here, but there are about 5 to 10 POS operators here. So in a village like this, the unbanked here can easily have wallets by walking to any of these POS operators if this proposition flies. The first use case here is a P2P payment. Say I, who is a tier 2 customer, go to the village and use an Okada man, who's a tier 1 customer, who has an e-wallet but doesn't have a smartphone. I can pay him for his services through my e-wallet. And when he receives a notification on his phone, which is smartphone, we shake hands and our transaction is done. Market women will also receive or transfer Enaira between themselves through the POS infrastructure. That's just about what we're proposing.
Can I?
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
quick question. Just to clarify.
Okay.
The POS agent will have the ability to onboard an individual.
The unbanked.
An individual.
Yes.
And all the protocols required for the onboarding will be done by the agents for the individual.
Yeah, just like the bank, you go to a bank and an account is created for you. But here, okay, go on.
Okay. Sorry, just walk with me here. It's an interesting arrangement, so I just want to flesh it out a bit, subject to time. Now,
okay.
So the POS, the handheld POS needs to be reconfigured to have...
No, not really reconfigured. Okay. Not really reconfigured.
Okay.
Okay, finish. Let me not cut you. I'm sorry.
Is it a device-based process, or the POS person will have your application to be able to do what you're referring to?
Okay, we are not putting forward an application. That would be duplicity of applications. That's what we are trying to avoid here. What we are proposing is an extended feature on the Enaira wallet. Do you understand? So we are not coming in as building an app. That would be
okay. No, sorry. I was just going by what
we are proposing.
I was going by what you said. A POS agent can onboard an individual. So my question was...
Yes, an unbanked individual. Yeah.
So my question is, how would he do that? Then I asked, is it a feature that a reconfiguration of a POS for it to be able to get to the store and download an app on behalf of that person, and the person gives him the details and he creates it for the person, and the person gets a PIN or whatever the protocol is, because you haven't shown any of the protocols yet.
Yes,
or it's not that.
I should take what I explained again. Maybe there were gaps in what I explained. What I said is, we are not the heavy lift will be done by the Enaira app, but in this case, the Enaira app will have special features. That's our proposition. We are not putting forward an app. Now, this special feature or an extended feature makes the Enaira able to register, allows the POS operator able to register the unbanked or onboard the unbanked. That's what it does. So on the machine, there will be an Enaira app with extended features to allow for such services.
Which machine? Is it the POS device as it is today? Are you saying that the Enaira onboarding portal or onboarding API should be included on the POS that we have today that agents use? That's the part we want you to clear out for us.
No, what the POS guys will have, because we don't want them to have customer data. The customer data for integrity will still be backstreamed to the Enaira database. What we're saying is this: it will be an app they can download on the POS machine. Yes.
So that's an added feature on their existing POS.
No, not on the existing POS. On the Enaira wallet. The Enaira wallet doesn't have this feature where you can have multiple.
Okay, hold on. Let's do a user journey. Okay. Let's do a user journey. So. Okay. The aspect where you say a child should open for a parent, I can envision that. So let's play it here. I am the child. I have the Enaira app. On the Enaira app, you're saying a new feature that says open for a third party. Let's assume that's what it is. So when I click on that, I am able to put in my e-wallet details, Enaira wallet details, and then I select who I'm opening for. So they say relationship. I put mother, I put my mother's details, and all those things, including my mother's BVN or NIN, whatever it's going to be. I put it in there, and then we would assume NIN for the purpose of unbank. So I put my mother's NIN there so that back end, the data can be verified. And then I create an Enaira wallet for my mom. I'm able to send the details to her and then do transactions to her from that. I can understand that for the child to parent. on the premise that the child is active on the Enaira app as of today. How do you translate this journey to the POS section? So this journey I just gave you now, give me the version for the POS agent.
Yes. The POS agent is the child. And the unbanked is my mother or my father in the village. The feature you omitted was the protection feature. When I create for my mother in the village, I'll create a secret pin for her so that anybody who has a phone number can not just walk up to a POS guy, input her number, and her data comes up and run.
You're not answering the question.
So I'll create a pin.
You are, take yourself as the POS, hold on, take yourself as the POS operator. What do you do when an unbanked comes to you to open this wallet?
Fine, I already have the e-wallet app with this extended feature on my POS machine. The person comes to me, I ask them for their name, for their phone number. For tier 0 customers, they don't have a name, so they may have a registered phone number. But that should be the minimum.
So you finally answered the question. Hold on. This is taking quite a bit of time and it's impacting on every other thing. So you've answered the question. So the POS device or machine needs to be reconfigured to be able to do what you've just mentioned, correct?
Yes.
Because it does not exist as we speak today, correct?
Yeah.
Are you there?
No, it doesn't.
So,
yeah, I'm here, I'm listening.
I assume you know how POSs work.
Yeah, I do.
So
I do.
So why would have you expended almost 5 minutes on a yes or no answer at the beginning? Because you were contesting that there was no reconfiguration or whatever that needs to be done to the device itself. And the device is the means to do a wallet download or whatever it is and do an onboarding. So there's an additional feature that device will need to have to be able to do that. And it can only be mapped to the POS agent, because that's the person that will be held accountable for anything that goes wrong with that wallet at the point after post onboarding, as per KYC or who did you open the wallet for.
Now see how it works. Let me explain this feature. Now the Enaira wallet that the POS guy downloads, but it doesn't have customer data. Because the app is on the POS machine, the Enaira app, the extended feature app is on the POS machine. It allows the customer, the POS guy, get this data from the customer, but it doesn't allow him to keep it. It's backstreamed to the Enaira database. Is that clear?
Thank you very much, Team 2.
A secret pin, which the
Hi, Team 2. Sorry to interject. If we continue on this, we will interrupt badly all the other teams. So we need to proceed. Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation, quite engaging. Moving on to the next team. The next team is 48.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kindly share your screen.
Yeah, I've been, okay. Sorry, my name is Abiru Yusuf from Team 48. I'm sorry, I'm practically working on a borrowed computer because I'm in a secured area behind so many firewalls. So I am not able to do everything I'm supposed to do. So please kindly bear with me that I would only be able to show.
Your time starts though. Your time has started. Just to let you know.
Okay. All right. We are here to discuss what we call e-bank as part of our challenge. So, sorry, I'm trying to share my screen and that has not been working for me.
But we can't see your screen.
So e-bank, yeah, I've been struggling to do that. What's wrong?
Please note your time is counting.
Yes, I know. Okay. While struggling with that, let me just keep explaining what we're trying to do. What we are trying to do here is to try and find a solution to the costly interbank transfers and limited fintech inclusion in the informal sector. And as we know, this has limited the rise of cashless economy in Nigeria, even in Africa as a whole. So we sought to provide a solution that can bring scale down Enaira application or Enaira technology to informal sector. What we are proposing is something that will cut across both the informal and informal sector. Our primary target is informal sector. If I live in Abuja or Lagos, for example, I have access to all manners of services that are backed by technology. But in this case, many of those people you find in the remote areas, and even some you find in the urban areas that are majority not educated, don't really have access to these devices because some don't know how to use them and some just don't care. They just want to walk into a bank, drop their cash and move on. Or they want to recharge their phone, they just go to the nearest vendor, buy their token and then move on. So the solution we are proposing is what
your screen. We can't see your screen, and judging and questions are also based on that. So if this could possibly count against you.
I can't even find it on this device I'm using. I'm using a borrowed laptop. This what was authorized for me to use. Yeah. I can't really find it.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Team 48.
48.
Okay.
48, yeah.
You spent a bit of time now, and to be honest, the judges here, we can't conceptualize what solution you're even trying to put forward. You've described those that are unbanked and the villages and all the challenges we are all aware of, but we still don't get an idea of where you're heading with this, and you're almost out of time. I thought you were going to describe the solution so that you can help us to help you, or help you to help us. Either we'll help ourselves.
Okay, sir. I'm just busy trying to... Okay. Hello?
Can I interfere a bit, sir?
Go ahead, Mujib. Go ahead, please. That's a team member.
We're very sorry for the discomfort. He's in a very remote location. Actually, e-bank is simply making bank deposits easier through the use of voucher codes. That is, you can save income, petty income especially, into bank accounts through the Enaira interface by simply using voucher codes. That is, people in the rural areas, the excluded areas, the informal sector artisans, barbers, butchers, can simply go and buy voucher codes, like a buy recharge cards, to save income into their bank accounts. That is, you can just dial USSD codes, the bot codes, voucher codes, and get your money saved in your account. Now, the Enaira will serve as an interface, because immediately you are saving to your bank account, there will also be an opportunity for that account to be linked to your Enaira wallet. So therefore, beyond saving, I can use these voucher codes to transfer to another user of the e-bank solution. So that's simply what the solution is all about, sirs.
Okay, so I may someone somewhere in a secure location, but outside. So I get this voucher. Who do I get this voucher from?
We are two
Okay, maybe I should take it from here. Maybe I should take it from here. Yeah, the vouchers, the design is that we'll have agents.
Who are the agents?
In some of those locations. Agents that will have this application installed on their devices.
Sorry.
They will be
hold on.
e-bank agents, our own agents.
Who provides the voucher?
Our application will provide the voucher.
Okay, so the voucher is backed by what?
Now, the voucher, the way it's designed is that the vouchers are auto-generated, just like the way you have the recharge card pin generated.
Recharge card is exclusively available to telcos, because the only way you can use that voucher is to either make call or buy data. So it's a closed loop arrangement. So how is who funds the voucher? On what basis do you create the voucher that's supposed to transfer value?
Okay, our agents will have their own accounts created for them. So our platform will form a layer on the Enaira. So when the vouchers are created, if I request for a voucher as an Enaira customer, what the application does is that it checks the account. It's just like I'm here to make a withdrawal. It checks my account, I have a balance, then it makes a deduction of the value of whatever voucher I'm picking up. So it generates a code which we keep in our database while the agent, hello?
We can hear you.
We have those codes, yes, we have those codes now linked to a transaction. Meanwhile, it makes a transaction from the customer's account, Enaira wallet, to the agent's wallet. So how it links with Enaira is that customer to agent. Now the agent's account is funded after making withdrawal from the customer's account. Now the code is handed over to whoever is going to use it. So if, for example, I am sending a code, a token to somebody somewhere in Sokoto State, he requests for that code, and then he just sends that number to me. For me to use it, I will have to dial, and the person in Sokoto State dials an ESSD code from the other end. So he doesn't really need a 3G technology. Once he dials an ESSD code with the way we have arranged for that code to be sent, it talks to our own platform, which looks at it, it verifies the code is correct, the value attached to that code is 10,000 Naira, for example. So what it does now is that it deducts again from the agent's account, agent's wallet that has the agent now, it deducts from that person's wallet and transfers to the wallet of the person who is now presenting this code for cash.
Can I tell you for free that now it seems as if you are trying to automate an already automated process, kind of making it a bit convoluted, because that is a layer being put on agent banking, because the agent you refer to, for him to be able to do that, is technically a regulated activity. Now, part of the enhancements that will be coming up down the line is that the agent will be in a position to depend on who the super agent is, and if they do have a wallet, can automatically provide the working customer subject to whatever requirements. If he already has a wallet, can directly put the money in, transfer or place the Enaira in the person's Enaira wallet. Now, the aspect of accessing the wallet in the absence of internet, or the person has a feature phone, as per USSD, it's something that's already available. So the convolution in your proposal is you get to the agent, who happens to be yours, and at some point you need to be registered by a super agent, unless you're a super agent or you are an agent. Generate a code that he will now take across and send to somebody else, and the person now has to put in a USSD and XYZ 123. What I just stretched out before now is what exists at the moment. It would be nice if there are enhancements to it, or I'm not sure I fully understand your value proposition.
So thank you very much, Team 48. Please take this feedback and develop your products more ahead of the grand finale.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So moving on to
thank
the
you very
next team, Team 19. Team 19.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be speaking. I'm William Strauss of Protocols Duly Observed. I'll be speaking on behalf of Team 19 as their team leader. So I'll be sharing my screen to present the slide.
Go ahead. Your time starts now.
All right. Please can I see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I believe. All right. So our progress statement is, how do we leverage our Enaira to facilitate international remittance and foreign exchange? And then based on our research, we noticed that remittance has an economic growth in Nigeria through the revenue on taxes by the government, and then also as a source of relief funds for households in meeting basic needs. So it's also reported that Nigeria receives nearly 55% officially recorded remittance inflow to Africa and 2% of global growth. That Nigeria is also the sixth highest destination of remittance from its citizens living in the diaspora. This fact and this information was gotten from World Bank 2008 and then the Nation 2009. That's where we got our facts. Then the pain point to notice is currently existing solution. So you notice that there is huge exchange rates / fees. Then also finding the right merchant to handle the foreign exchange is also a bit difficult. And then there's also a risk of fraud and extortion, because there's counterfeit and then all about when you go through illegal means of exchange. So now current solution, what we are building. So relatively low exchange rate / fee, then instant processing of funds, then security of funds by using trusted channels, then global coverage accepting multiple currencies on our solution. So the solution, what is the value proposition? So Enaira wallet holders can receive money from anywhere in the world effortlessly. And then what differentiates us from what already exists? So customers don't have to deal with hidden or atrocious fees to access their funds. Then use cases and payless international remittance to Enaira wallet from each citizens abroad. Then how does it work? So customers on Remit NG can send international fiat currency directly to any Enaira wallet. Users can request for payments by generating payments or invoice links. Customers can add an existing Enaira wallet or create a new one for extended features. Then the 3 steps is just enter the Enaira wallet, enter amount and currency, and then click on send, and then the user can receive the money. So the market size is currently very large. About available markets are around $49 billion. Then the total serviceable market is 19.2 million market. And then what we feel you can obtain with this solution is the total serviceable market. So our strategy at Remit NG is to significantly reduce the cost of processing international remittance through our platform in order to encourage more foreign currency inflows. This in turn gives us a large percentage of the current market, which will be very good for our investors. So the third stance currently used is Golang for the backend, and then Vue.js from the front end, then MongoDB for database, and then events, and then Kafka for event streaming. The current available team members. So I myself, Charles Williams, as the backend engineer, that is also the team lead, and then there's Aaron and Yvette and then which is the full stack engineer. Matthias, they are also a back-end engineer, and then Samuel Lawa, who is also a front-end engineer. So this is the link to our demo. One of my colleagues will take over, and then we'll be able to like walk you through the process of the demo. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron. So I'll be doing a quick demo of our solution now. So I'll be sharing my screen. Okay. Hope you can see my screen. Okay, so as earlier stated, RemitNG leverages on the Enaira infrastructure to facilitate international remittances and foreign exchange. So I will just go to the login. This is the login user. So from this dashboard, you can see how much you've sent. Like someone from outside can see how much you have sent to Enaira wallets in Nigeria. So if you want to send money to any Enaira wallet, all you just have to do is come to this send money, enter the Enaira wallet you want to send money to. Enter the Enaira wallet you want to send money to, the amount you want to send, and the currency. So 40 USD. And then click on send. Okay, so once you do that, we handle the processing from the backend and send the value to the Enaira wallet the person provided. So another feature we have here is requesting for money. So as an Enaira wallet holder in Nigeria, you can actually request for somebody to pay you by coming here to create a payment link. So you also provide your wallet address where that money should go to, the amount you intend to collect from that person, and the details.
Team 19, because of time, I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you very much. So we'll go over to our judges. Prince, do you have any question? Let me start with just online. Do you have any question, Prince?
No, I don't have any question for him.
Okay, Atinuke, any question?
No questions.
Sundani, any question? Okay.
Sorry, Sundani has just dropped off briefly, but no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Team 19. So just two things that jumped at me from your presentation. The first thing you said was you are accepting multiple currencies, and as of today, Enaira wallet is not multiple currencies. Then you also said you can transfer international currency directly to Enaira wallet. Again, Enaira wallet is Naira denominated, so which is why today we have what we call IMTOs. When you're sending money, you can't just send money from Bank of America straight into a GT Bank account. There is someone in the middle that does that currency conversion. You haven't addressed all that in this your presentation, which just goes to show me your solution is not going to work, because I can't credit Naira or credit dollar into a Naira account. It doesn't work that way. And you've not addressed that middle part of how is currency conversion going to happen? Who is going to do this conversion? You just said international currency directly to Enaira wallets. It can't work.
All right. So thanks for the question. So I would like to. So the part of the IMTO, we're leveraging an IMTO for the processing and then the conversion. So I'm leveraging on Flutterwave for that to do that. But currently we're actually sourcing for better IMTOs like that provides us with more multiple currencies than what already exists by Flutterwave. So that is it. So I did not include it in our presentation, but that is also part of our process. We're leveraging on IMTOs to do that, and then hopefully as we grow, we're also looking at, okay, if there is one that you can actually even build with for an IMTO for that, and then go through the process of acquiring the necessary license and then necessary connection and collaboration needed to make it work. That's to make Enaira, to make an IMTO that accepts Enaira, thus enhancing the market, total market that we can cover.
Thank you very much, team. We're going to move on to the last team, and then we'll go on a break. And shortly after, I would attend to the remaining teams. Team 63. Team 66. We'll take team 63 after the break. Team 66.
Hello, this is team 66.
Please go ahead and share your screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay.
Please find somewhere quiet so you'll be able to present without background noise. Please share your screen. Your time starts now.
So I'm sharing my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yep. Yes, we can, but your presentation is not up.
Okay. Now?
Your presentation is not up.
Can you see my
yet.
screen?
Yes, we can, but your presentation is not up yet.
Hello? Before?
Your slides are not up yet.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Not
Can
yet.
you see it now?
Not yet. Not yet. Click on the document. Click on the FFCBN presentation.
Can you see it now?
No, probably network or something, but no. Yeah, maybe you should stop sharing and share again.
Can you see my screen now? My presentation?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Your time is running.
All right. My name is Suleiman Sanusi. I'm from Team 66. So actually worked on a project, a smart virtual community. What we actually did here is to try to make social media more useful and more beneficial. And to do that, the community has to come up with certain features that will make it easy to adopt by people. The community has to feature virtually some of the things done physically, which includes providing education, politics, businesses, content creation, social media, etc. via the platform. Community has to have its own digital currency for fast and efficient exchange of finances, and even with people outside the community. Then the community has to integrate perfectly with existing social media platforms for easy adoption by people, which of course is also that has been done already. Now the solution is to create a smart virtual community where people can interact seamlessly, as well as carry out financial transactions within and outside the community using embedded digital wallets. Now, for the in the aspect of the education, school owners and private tutors on this platform who wish to earn a living from impacting knowledge can subscribe to and own e-learning spaces on the platform via their digital wallet. So the subscription can be done via the digital wallet, maybe Enaira or some other digital currency. Because we were planning on setting up our own digital currency, but I think with the Enaira, so we have to share that for now and focus on the Enaira. So students can subscribe to any of the courses made available by owners of e-learning spaces, so they can be allowed into the classroom via the digital wallets. So the students also subscribe to courses via using their digital wallets on the platform. This testing system that can be used for assessment by either job recruiters or school owners. And then in the aspect of politics, private organizations and government agencies can set up and run highly secured monetized polls, non-monetized polls using the embedded electronic voting system. To have an electronic voting system that people can use to conduct their polls, then private individuals and organizations that wish to raise funds through a voting process like the popular TV reality show can set up and run monetized polls using the embedded electronic voting system. This means that people will have to pay certain amounts as predefined by the poll creator before they can do. So if a poll is monetized, hello?
Can you just quickly take us through your demo? You're almost out of time.
Okay, all right. Okay, so here is the demo. So when people create an account via this platform, they automatically have an Enaira wallet template that they can actually fund or configured, and then that they can configure and fund. And then clicking on their wallets, they can log in to their wallet by clicking this. So Enaira wallet login. So they select the Enaira wallet and then they enter their username and password. That is if they already have an account. If they don't have an Enaira account, they can create a new one from here. And creating an Enaira account here is very simple. They only need, of course, if the user is unbanked, he or she can use his NIN to create an Enaira wallet. And of course, if he wishes to create an account with BVN, he can also do so. And then we've made it so simple that any information that's already contained in the NIN, in the NIN, we don't need to include it in this form so that the form will not be too boring.
Hi, Team 66. You've currently run out of time. I'm going to head over to the judges and they'll ask you according to the demo. So go ahead. Judges, please.
Okay. All right.
We don't understand what your solution is. Like, what problem are you trying to solve? You're just reading slides to us. Like, what's the problem? Mention one problem you're trying to solve and tell us the solution.
Now, what we're trying to do here is to make life very easy for people. That's create a smart virtual community where people can do virtually everything that they want to do physically.
Okay, sorry, hold on.
For their TV subscriptions.
So are you supposed to be Team Enaira for lifestyle payments?
Team 66.
Payment.
No.
Which business sector? So which one are you? Are you SME? Are you unbanked? What are you? What was your problem statement?
This is a virtual community where people can do a lot of things. They can carry out their subscription. They can carry out subscription. They can subscribe to e-learning spaces. They can, transfer funds to family and friends or any other person. So this like a general community. That's why I refer to it as a virtual community.
Okay, Team 66. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, we have to proceed, or you want to ask some
Please
questions?
hold on. And let me to ask the judges online if they have any questions. Are there judges online? Do you have any question?
Okay, so I just have a question. I think what's just a comment, not really a question. You've not been able to sell to us this solution. That's what I've discovered. Have you been able to look at the realities? So when I say realities, how do you think this would actually fit in? So we are looking at something that would increase the adoption of the Enaira. What I see here is, I don't even know what to relate it with.
That is
for lack of
what
choice.
we have here. That's why I call it a virtual community. So here we have people can learn, people can own e-learning spaces. That's their can own their own
So it's
e-learning
almost
spaces.
looking like something like an open source where like you are allowing people to come in.
It's like a social media, but a social media taken to another level. So what we're trying to do is to blend, improve on social media. Because social media takes a lot of time from us, and then we could only get very, very little. So what we're trying to do is to make social media much more beneficial to our daily lives. That's what we're trying to do here. So people can do a lot of things here. They can even conduct polls and
Okay.
votes,
All
and
right.
of course, conduct monetized polls.
Thank
And all
you.
of that.
All right.
Please go ahead, Prince.
Huh?
The thing is this, yeah. The more you explain, the more you confuse me in particular. I think you're not very comfortable with your use case. I don't think you're very direct with your user journey. And I would advise you this. You made some things about paying for courses and getting people that teach to subscribe to your platform. If you can focus just that, I think you will do very well. So instead of trying to overwhelm yourself with so many things at the beginning, I'll advise you to pick something and do something very unique with it, and it will fly.
Thank you very much, Prince. Thank
would
you
like
very
you to-
much, team.
Okay.
Because of time, please just take this comment and feedback and improve on your product ahead of grand finale. Thank you very much. So we're going on a break. The following teams are scheduled to present. I'm just going to call another presentation. Please, if you drop off the call and we don't find you, we will not be held responsible. Team 5, Team 10, Team 59, Team 16, Team 14, Team 63. And if there's still time, we will take 43 that was scheduled to present yesterday and dropped off. The break will hold for 30 minutes. Thank you.
The next topic that we will cover is
Red bell.
Employment checkers can assist developers in ensuring that their work adheres to a set of key standards. It would initially assist developers in sticking to the steps methods that must be followed while working, ensuring that on our list. It contains extensive details on security, access, data, design, scenario, and queries. Having a checklist like this is an effective method to ensure that developers accomplish all due. The entire checklist can be downloaded and used as a reference.
Hello, team. And we're back. So please, can we have team 63? As a result of an earlier miscommunication, we'll take 63. And shortly after 63, please, I need team 5 to be on stand. Sorry, teams 5 to be on standby. Thank you. Please share your screen.
All right, thank you so much.
This 63 group.
Let me just. Yes, 63 groups. The 3 groups. Thank you so much. Let me kindly share my screen.
So team 63, your 5 minutes starts now.
Sorry, am I audible, please? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are. But please bear in mind that at the moment, your time is currently running.
Yeah, okay. So the problem statement is how the Enaira can drive financial inclusion. And so what we're trying to deal with those that are unbanked, onboarded, let them be captured within the formal traditional banking sector. So I'll be a bit fast here. What we are trying to do is to ensure that there are a lot of people who are financially included. Several data suggest some 44 million, some 50 million, and all that. But we are trying to see how we can get these people in. And we decided that there are certain constraints that we notice that there are certain areas, people in these communities, in these rural areas, don't have people around them that use these things. Some other people, they don't also trust the, commercial banks, these men and women in suits who come and in their minds, they feel as if they are taking their money. And then there's institutional barriers, banks do not have, facilities in their locales. And so these are the issues, right? So we were able to come up with a system that helps, these people to, come into the financial sector using USSD. And so briefly, I'm just going to, show how we do that. So basically, our solution helps with, bringing in people. I don't know if anybody can see the simulation, the screen right now. So what we are trying to do is to see how we can bring in using purely USSD. We also have a mobile, app, but today we're showing the USSD version where you can actually, so the core of our solution is I can pay somebody, let's say in the village, Enaira, even if that person doesn't have an Enaira wallet. So I can send money to the person using his number, his phone number. So all I just do is send the money using his phone number. The person instantly gets a notification that as a text message that he was paid so and so amount. And then there's an instruction that says something with his NIN onboards the user. Automatically, the user gets onboarded because of payment. So the incentive is we're onboarding people via payments. Got paid to redeem or get that cash. He needs to be onboarded, and it's just he just needs to dial a USSD short code. So something like this here now. If I refresh this, so let's say I enter this number, right? So I connect. Let me see. Phone number already being used in an active. Okay. So let me use. Let me try to connect and then you see what I'm talking about. Like, someone is already in that. Let me use another. Any member of my team, can you share another? Can you share your screen, or let me stop sharing so you can, because you're on the session using that, right? Hilary,
Yeah, I'll just share my screen.
Okay, good. So let me stop sharing so you can share quickly, so that we.
I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so I'll just dial the code. This is the USSD code. So dial it. So this is a user that's already has a wallet. So he has his options of checking his balance. Let's say I check balance. He can check his balance, his or her balance. The user can also check his alias, because he needs that to receive a Enaira. So that's the person's alias. And the user can also check. You can also send to Enaira, like he just rightly sent to an Enaira user or a non-user. So if sending to an Enaira user, we just do a simulation of sends to the user, inputs the amount, and then for our platform, you can either provide the wallet alias or the phone number. We find a way to reconcile the two and then be able to send to the right person.
Team, your time is currently fast spent. You spent 5 minutes. Judges, please go ahead and ask your question.
Item 63. So for your portion of the part of your solution that speaks to sending to a non-user, and you said, so if I can send Enaira to someone who doesn't have an Enaira wallet, and then the person gets notified that, oh, you've received 1,000 Naira or 1,000 Enaira, open an Enaira wallet to receive your funds. Where is that funds during the whole process of I'm waiting for the person to open a wallet? What's happening to that fund? Where is the front? Where is it? Is it floating? What is happening to it at that moment when we are still waiting for the receiver or the beneficiary to open a wallet? What's happening to that money?
Thank you. That's a very good question. So the platform holds the money. So immediately, so what it means is that the platform has an Enaira account where that money goes to, and it goes with the metadata of who it's going to, his final destination. So it's just a collection account, right? It's just a collection in the hood. And when it gets there, as soon as the person gets the message, so as soon as the person onboards himself by just dialing that code, automatically that sends the Enaira to that person.
Just to reconfirm.
I don't know if you heard me.
Yes, just to reconfirm that the process does not assist onboarding. It simply notifies a third party that Enaira is available for him or her once him or her completes the onboarding process, correct?
Yes, it does not assist the onboarding. The onboarding is done strictly by the user. The platform does not assist. So by the time he enters his Enaira, his NIN, we get all the details of that user. Thankfully, almost everybody with a phone number has an NIN. And of course, the instruction is there in the notification that just dial so and so. And once he gets that notification that this is his, to enter that thing, we get all what it needs to onboard the user. Okay. Automatically, he has onboarded himself. And then the money drops into his own Enaira account. He also gets his, he can also access his Enaira wallet alias and his account number. And then onwards, he can begin to. The catch here is that people are incentivized to onboard. They are incentivized because they get the money and quickly they want to use the money, so they have to onboard themselves. Okay. And because it's a community.
Okay. Right. Okay. Now, I don't have an Enaira wallet, and someone here sends my phone number for notification, and I'm aware, and I ignore it. I'm thinking it's some dodgy person after me again. What happens to the money? It stays with your platform.
So again, the notification keeps going, but notice here that this payment is around communities that know themselves. So, for instance,
okay, we're doing scenario building here, and for some reason I do not recognize who is trying to transfer Enaira to me. And as far as I'm concerned, something dodgy is about to happen. So I just delete it or whatever. So the money stays with the platform.
No, we notify the sender. After a particular number of time, we notify the sender that this payment didn't go through. And then what we are adding is you can retrieve back those funds. But that's for transfers. There are two things, transfers and payments.
Okay, payments can only be done. Okay, two things. One, you cannot hold value on the platform unless you have a license to hold value, meaning that you can collect money from the public. So my suggestion is to look into that. We hold value until the contract is concluded and everybody is happy. You don't deal in perishable items. Okay, thank you.
That's on the option, though.
Thank you very much, Team 63. We'll be moving on now.
There's no time, but let me just chip this in. Who bears the cost of the USSD session?
The USSD session, there's a transaction charge. So there's an onboarding. Once it's onboarded.
Who bears the cost, the sender or the receiver? And how do you take the money?
Both sides bear the cost. Sender and receiver.
How are you going to achieve that?
So there's a charge that is taken. So when an amount is sent to somebody, right, there's a cost, there's a charge on top of what is going to be sent. So if you are sending, let's say, 100,000 naira, the amount to be charged will be told you that, look, it's going to cost you 1,010 naira, right? So that's that. Then on the other end too, as an onboarding solution, just for onboarding, once you're onboarding, there's an onboarding fee, but we're not charging the receiver, only an onboarding fee.
Okay,
that's
all
right.
right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team 63. Do take back the feedback and use it to improve your solution ahead of grand finale. Next, we're calling the next team, Team 5.
All right, Team 5 is here. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Team 5. Please share your screen.
Yeah.
Team 5, their screen.
Yes, please. 1 minute, please. All right. Please indicate, Chimamanda, if you can see. Chimamaka, sorry, if you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen.
sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
Thank you very much.
This is my name.
All right. Thank you. So my name is Francis, and I am presenting on behalf of Team 5. And our problem statement, what we are working on is on how to leverage Enaira to facilitate international remittance and FX. And we all know that right now, a low or poor performing remittance industry has a very negative impact on the African or Nigerian continent by driving in a very poor or low influx of FX, devaluation of the Naira, and by extension, inflation that affects the lives of people. Now, users of remittance services or receiver beneficiaries of remittance and FX services have often complained of lots of challenges like high remittance and FX fees, challenges like long delivery times that range between 2 to 10 days, queues that at pick-up points when they go to pick their monies at maybe a point like Western Union and all of that, and then money transfer agents or money transfer physical locations that are not very, very close to where they need them to be. So as a team, we believe that there is a great need for an IMTO aggregator and a simplified money transfer provider that can reduce transfer fees, the time of transfer, as well as make services available to users. Now, current solutions actually make use of remittance through traditional bank transfers and the use of international money transfer organizations. But then again, these organizations aren't doing very perfectly well on the side of the receiver, because receivers have always often complained that the promises are not met. For instance, they'll tell you instant transfer are not instant, because when you get to the bank, you'll find out a different story. Now, our solution, the value we are proposing is a digital platform that can aggregate all international money providers or international money transfer organization, and as well as simplify money transfer, making them cheaper, faster, and better. And users are able to access these services from the comfort of their homes. And this is relevant because technology today has simplified the way people access services, and it shouldn't be any different for remittance and FX. And people continually seek cheaper, faster, and better ways to receive remittances and have these experiences. Now, our advantage, our competitive advantage is that we would be the first platform to aggregate international transfer organizations, and making it easier for users anywhere to be able to these platforms, even from their phone, any of their devices, and at the comfort of their homes. We are also offering a two-way Enaira conversion with other global currencies. We're also getting a platform that is accessible anywhere and is cheap, fast, and simple. Now, imagine this scenario with me. Mr. Ron, a Canadian, wants to pay Emeka in Nigeria, who is a freelancer, and Mr. Ron has his Canadian dollar. He deposits Canadian dollar on our platform. Our platform is able to make a conversion and then deposit the same value to Emeka's Enaira wallet, without Emeka not necessarily getting involved in the process, but Emeka will receive his cash. Mr. Ron can be anybody. He can be you proceed to fund your wallet with either your Enaira or from your bank account or with a card, and you then have to initiate a transaction, which has to do with
we have less than 1 minute. I suggest you go straight to your demo.
Okay. Okay. So I would like to call on our engineer Polusha, to do a demo of the product.
All right, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share my screen. Sorry, please. Okay. So I presume you can all see my screen, please. This is my screen visible. All right, so this is fast file. Registration and login is available. So a user has already been registered. Let me sign in with that. So what we do here basically is, after you have registered, you can now activate your e-wallet. That's Enaira wallet. The reason for this is to reduce the form, to make it simpler to onboard, and also while also keeping those who come to use the service. So after an Enaira wallet has been activated, of course, while doing that, you provide your BVN and a couple of other information. You have a wallet, a set of wallets by the side, which most likely will be powered by the Breeze API that allows multiple wallets to be created against a profile, following all the processes that might involve. So let's presume we have a couple of them here. And now I can fund my US dollar account as an IMTO. I can fund my US dollar account with let's say $400, and that can be done using card
Hi
or
team,
any
we've
other means.
currently exhausted
Yeah.
6 minutes given to you.
Yeah.
We'll be heading over to the judges to present. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? So when you started your pitch, you said you're going to be an IMTO aggregator, but then it says your platform will make the currency conversion. So I'm not really clear what you're doing in the process. Are you opening up access to IMTOs via your platform, or is your platform going to be the IMTO?
Thank you very much for the question. So currently, our first approach is to allow IMTOs to be the service providers. But with time, we hope to also be an IMTO.
Okay.
Okay, in the interim, you're not an IMTO, yeah?
In the interim, we are not.
So you're simply providing technology to an IMTO?
True.
Are you aware of the IMTO license requirements?
Yes, very much aware of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Team 5. I'll move on to the next team, Team
Thank
10.
you.
I think I just had a question on the commercial model.
Okay. Go ahead, Sandani.
Thank you very much, Alma. So the platform essentially aggregates these different IMTOs. I think the first question is, what sort of commercial model in terms of aggregating these different platforms? So will you be charging them the IMTOs for them to be listed on the platform? How will that sort of work? And what is sort of that milestone that lets you know that you guys are ready then to become an IMTO yourself and provide the service yourself? I think that's just the question. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. To answer your first question, if you are aware of Western Union, they have an API, and their API, when you use the API, they also allow you to set your own charges that suits your platform. And I believe that with this, we'll be able to make a margin that will keep us afloat. So that would be for the first question. Then as time goes on, as we offer this service, we'll be able to accumulate much earnings or revenue, which of course will lead to some profits, because at this time we're not spending so much on other expenses. So at the end of the day, we'll be able to, in 6 to 1 year or thereabout, be able to identify our next journey, our next stage of expansion. I don't know if I have done justice to your question.
Answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Team 5. So we'll take Team 10 now. Please go ahead and share your screen.
We're sharing us. Good afternoon, everyone. I just to confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, esteemed judges. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prince Achoja from Kano State, Nigeria, and I'll be presenting to you a solution called Margi. Margi is the Hausa phrase for financial services. We have built a service purposely for people in remote communities. Okay, so meet Malan Garba from Rano village in Kano. Malan Garba is uneducated. The only school he's ever been to is an Islamic school. Interacting with him, he told us that the highest level of technology he has used is loading an MTN voucher on his MTN device, on his mobile device. So the problem remains, how do we make financial service readily accessible to rural communities in a way they can trust? And then how do we use the traditional model they understand in delivering this financial service? Then how do we solve this challenge that hinders financial inclusion for these people in villages as a result of their proximity. The problem statement that was given to us was how Enaira can drive financial inclusion by understanding the needs of the target audience. And to this, we have built an offline platform specially designed for rural communities that uses a dedicated generated Enaira voucher to help individuals access financial services in most remote villages. Our platform offers them savings and payments with little amount of money, from as little as 100 Enaira. Our platform requires no internet service as it's built based on USSD, and as our platform requires no tech know-how, people like Malan Garba can use our platform. I'll just quickly walk through the demo so that you can see how it works. So firstly, because Malan Garba will need some documentation, what we did was to build a platform where merchants can come on board, people like the POS vendors can come on board and be responsible for crediting their wallet, the Enaira wallet, with funding the Enaira wallet and using the funds in the Enaira wallet to actually generate vouchers that can be sold to people like Malan Garba. So this is what the agent has would see. First of all, he comes to his wallet, he credits his wallet. Then, for example, now this is his wallet. He can credit his wallet, fund his Enaira wallet. Then he can use the money in his Enaira wallet, then use that to generate some tokens. For example, let's generate 100 Naira token, 1,000 piece of 5, okay, generate. So now, if you look at this, he's been able to generate 5 of his Enaira tokens. So the money moves from his wallet balance and enters his ledger balance. Why we did that is because if he moves the money here, he might be able to use, because he has the ability to also send money and carry out transactions. So the money goes to his ledger balance. Any generated token, he cannot touch the money. He cannot use the money. So let me show you how people like Malan Garba can be onboarded. These are some of the generated tokens already, the 5 generated tokens. So Malan Garba simply dials our short USSD. All he needs to do, since we registered him under the 0 tier, he needs to go through the process of putting his full name. The 0 tier, his phone number is his wallet ID. So he chooses his PIN. We gave him the language option because we tried to solve the problem of building a financial service that would attend to the traditional model they are used for. So he can now translate this process to Hausa language. So Malam Garba buys a voucher that is generated by this guy and goes to his platform. So Malam Garba has loaded that platform. And now Malam Garba has credited his Enaira wallet with 500. So let's say Malam Garba wants to make payment. He buys something from a shop and wants to pay the next person. Now he can send to a fellow vendor. He wants to pay for maybe something he bought. All he needs to do is to put in the vendor's phone number. We're going to use the registered phone number here. So it shows him that he wants to send, let's say he wants to send 300. Okay, so what he needs to do, the Hausa says he should put his PIN. He should press 1 to confirm. Then the Hausa says he should put his PIN. And he has sent. So we can go back to the generated token. You will see that he has been able to, the token becomes used. He has used the token. We have the used tokens where the agent banker can check whether the token has been used or unused. So the token here is showing that the token is used here. So basically, that is what our platform represents, and what we've leveraged upon here is our platform simply is built on simplicity to see that our solution answers their problem of proximity, their problem of language.
Thank you, team. You currently exhausted your 5 minutes. We'll go back to questions. Thank you very much, team.
59 million.
Thank you, Team 10. Judges, please go ahead and answer your question.
Okay, Team Margie. This is an interesting option for to assist with onboarding, and also to handle not so privileged in terms of education. Just a couple of questions, yeah? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, are we assuming that the very well-fed man we saw on the picture, he has a smartphone? I didn't get that bit. Is he USSD?
No.
USS, so it's a feature phone, yeah?
He is the best.
Okay, then I'm just looking at
Yes, sir. The future was good for him. USSD. Yes, sir.
I understand. So I'm just looking at the time, that the run time for that USSD for all the steps you mentioned. That's number one. Something you need to look into, otherwise he will not touch it. Two, if the platform will facilitate onboarding, the model that we've tried to use to ensure that the NIN or the BVN tallies with the name that's been provided is that it actually goes to the database and fetches the name there one way or the other. So we don't want a situation where I put somebody else's name against a NIN and it just confirms that the NIN is correct, but it's still somebody else's own. That's why USSD may not. We don't have a final solution on that because of the runtime required for all those things, provided that this network is even extremely stable. So if we're able to find a solution around that, that will be a very massive value add to a challenge that we're already aware of. Then the voucher. Who owns the voucher?
So the voucher is actually our platform. We provide a platform where agents can generate.
Whose agent?
What happens is that they can generate the voucher. Sir?
Whose agent?
The agent that come on board on our platform. They fund their Enaira wallet. Sir?
Okay.
They are our agent, Maaji agent, sir.
Okay, so you automatically become a super agent by default.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly.
Okay, it's good to know that you're aware of all the structure around certain activities. So in this case, you have a wallet as a super agent, and your agent can access your wallet.
Yes, sir.
In order to generate a token.
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
How does the person that wants to be onboarded, how does he transfer value or pay for that voucher? Cash?
Yes, sir. He has to buy the voucher. Like our interaction with Malan Garba, he told us that he cannot, the only technology he trusts and can use is buying an MTN recharge card.
I understand.
What we plan to do is, yes, sir.
So he'll give your agent
yes,
10,000 naira cash and he gets a voucher for 10,000.
Exactly, sir.
Then can you just walk us through how that voucher finds its way onto his wallet? Did he mention that?
Okay, sir.
I don't remember hearing.
Yeah, it was on the demo, sir. If we sell the voucher to, for example, these are the generated voucher by
swap, I think if you choose your wallet, maybe if you swap the voucher, it's more.
Okay,
I think it's a better language to use.
Thank you, sir. If you swap the voucher, sir, if you swap the voucher and Malan Garba gets the voucher, the money leaves the agent's wallet. Let's say the agent actually used 10,000 naira to fund his Enaira wallet and used 10,000 naira to request for vouchers. The money leaves his wallet and goes to his ledger balance. What happens here is that the money he cannot use the money. We thought that if the money still remains in his if we're withdrawing the money from his wallet balance, then maybe he can carry out a transaction, and maybe when the person uses the voucher, the money will no longer be in his wallet.
Sorry, whose wallet balance? The agent, the super agent, or the malam? Sorry, I happen
I
to
didn't get
know.
that. I'm
I
really
happen.
sorry.
I happen to know the structure around all most of these things quite well. So
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just trying to be sure that you've thought it through, because this is an area that's a
Yes, sir.
persistent challenge, especially
Yes, sir.
again on the USSD offline um, um, options. But think about it some
Yes,
more so
sir.
that you don't. I don't want to say making things up as you go along, but just know that those small connectivity issues, who has
Yes,
what
sir.
at what point, who does it transfer to, because the assumption is that the person you're referring to doesn't have a wallet at that point in time. So with the
Yes,
voucher,
sir.
he will now attempt to use your the USSD channel on your platform to now download, create a wallet, then eventually credit a wallet, whether it's all in a single step, assuming that everything goes well, or is it better that after he creates the wallet, because there's a loop that comes back and said, oh yes, we validated, please confirm it is you, that auto two-step authentication, so he doesn't put his voucher and suddenly everything disappears into the middle of nowhere in the metaverse.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Let me
Judges,
just chip
for
in.
the-
Let me just quickly
Sorry,
chip
our
in.
time is fast spent. Just take this as, just take these comments and feedback.
Let me chip in. Let me chip in something, and for like anybody else that has this, because I've been involved with companies that do either this agent or the financial inclusion sent to someone's phone number. Do you argue that everybody that can speak English can read Hausa? Is that your argument? Is that your argument?
Sir, no, sir. We just use the Hausa because we are from the north. We are in Kano, and
No, that's not the question.
Demo is-
Because when people,
Yes, sir.
Okay, I am an Igbo man, and that does not mean that I can read Igbo. I can speak, I can hear, I can interpret, I understand, we engage. But the mere fact that when I now see it in text form, that the assumption is that I should be able to detect that this particular one is for Igbo, this one is for Hausa, and the same thing that voters have problem when they go to the polling booth.
Sir, please, can I comment? Where you saw the Hausa was Malam Garba was the one that selected this language option. So the default language option is actually English. So he has the opportunity
So
to
Team
choose
10,
between-
Team 10, hold on. So what we're trying to tell you is, we can't assume that the unbanked, the reason why we're calling them unbanked, or we're saying that they can't engage with the traditional banking services, is because they can't speak or understand English. We can't assume it's only English. For as much as we know about the data, they are uneducated. Now, they can speak Hausa because that's the language that they've been communicated with since they were born. Doesn't mean they can read it. So my feedback to you would be, if you're using the agency model, let your agents do the onboarding. Whoever comes to buy a voucher, let the agent onboard, let it go through the BVN or NIA verification, let the wallet be created before you start selling the voucher to them, so that way you're not even having issue of your holding funds anywhere. The wallet to collect the voucher, or the wallet to swap the voucher, is already in existence. So you have a clean customer flow, and it can also help your settlements. So just take it as a feedback. Look at it again against your future presentation.
I can give you expo.
Thank you so much.
The fact that someone cannot read Hausa, the person might be able to speak and decode. So you can try IVR systems, which is like a voice, interactive voice. No, it won't be. IVR is by call. IVR is by call. So, somebody is speaking Hausa to him, and all he has to do is maybe type in on the dial. So that's something you can consider. But otherwise, your solution might have more complexity than you imagine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Maji. Thank you, judges. Please take
Thank you
this
so much.
feedback and just develop your solution towards grand finale. Moving on to the next team. Team 59. Team 59. While Team 59 is trying to set up Team 16, 14, please prep yourselves. Team 59, we can see your screen, but we cannot hear you if you're speaking.
I'm speaking.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, I can. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
You can hear me, right? Oh. Okay. Okay. So good afternoon, judges, observers, and fellow contestants. We are team Microtech number 59. So we're given a problem of how Enaira can drive financial inclusion by understanding the needs of target audience. So we identified this target audience as small businesses. So in Africa, or in Nigeria in particular, this financial inclusion issue, slows down businesses, especially in Lagos, prevent them from participating in many financial activities. So the main issues now we identify from online shopping or remote businesses is like they lack trust, between the buyer and seller. And of course, the reason is that there is no binding contract between the two parties. So currently, if you want to buy something, I see a product on social media, I will just have to take the risk to send my money. And if somebody wants my product as a seller, I will also have to take risk and then send it over. So we build a solution to, intermediate or to solve this problem, which is ProDeal, which is a trusted payment.
Team 59, we can't see your screen anymore. We can't see your slides.
Okay.
Hi, Najib, we can't see your slides.
It says, yes. Can you see now? Can you see my slide?
It's loading.
Sharing and testing.
It's loading.
Okay. Can I stop and reshare again?
You can reshare.
Yeah, no, this.
You seem to be sharing your teams. There we go. Yeah, we can see now.
Yeah, we can see. Please go ahead.
So,
I'll advise you go straight to your demo. You
web-
have less than 2 minutes left.
Okay. So we have a solution to solve. Actually, the solution works in the sense that a buyer sends money and then it goes to escrow, where we hold the value before the seller send the item or deliver the funds. Then it comes back to the seller, and then the system will release the e-wallet. Actually, we use e-wallet as a underneath layer. We collect money or value and hold it before the agreement is reached between buyer and seller. So in a nutshell, this is the persona of buyer, trust between the buyer and seller online remote aspects. So we have a market share. Okay, there are 17 million SMEs in Nigeria, and there are 76 million online shoppers. So we are trying to link the two using a safe, fast, and instant transaction between the two categories, the two figures. So I think, well, since we are running out of time, what can you please demonstrate the application so that we capture most of the things?
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, you have to stop sharing.
Yeah, it's okay.
Can you see my screen, please?
Technically, your camera, not your screen.
Hello, can you see my screen?
No.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right, this is the mobile app that we have micro deal. This is the onboarding. User have to register before he sign in, and this is the sign up. We need phone number, BVN, password, and confirm password for user to log in, to register, sorry. Then BVN is for verification. So after registration, you get OTP verification code, and you have to log in with your OTP verification code in order to sign in. Then this is our dashboard, and the dashboard consists of transaction performed by Halima Isa. This is our buyer Halima Isa, and this is her dashboard. So on that dashboard, Halima Isa can go to the shop and shop for an okay, let's say Halima Isa shop for this controller.
Hello team, we've exceeded 5 minutes and additional 30 seconds given to you as grace to finish up your demo. Judges will ask you questions now for 5 minutes.
Then Halima will go to check out, pay with Enaira, then go back to home. So in this app, we have two methods. We have this buyer can switch to seller, and seller can switch to buyer. So through this profile, we have switch account, buyer, seller. I'm switching as a buyer. I want to show you the account of Mona Lisa, the seller. So order history, we have pending, receipt, cancel. So we have system escrow that when Halima make the payment, Mona Lisa will not receive the payment except she still received her. That means Halima have accepted her parcel or item that she bought. So if she receive, if Halima click on receive, then Mona Lisa will get a notification from her, from Enaira, that from escrow that Halima have made Halima have received her item, and sorry, the text is too tiny, maybe it's because of the emulation. So after the notification, then that is all. In Halima's Mona Lisa dashboard, she can do a lot of things, and apart from that, in this app, we still have many more functions, such as the shop, send money, receive money, airtime, electricity, card, and everything. We have made the presentation of our app. We hope it will solve the solution of lack of trust between buyer and seller. Thank you.
Thank you. What exactly is your solution? Is it an e-commerce solution or a lifestyle wallet? Because I'm seeing pay bills, do this one, do that one.
Yeah, it's an
Yes, okay, so let me explain here in detail. Actually, it's a mechanism, it's a payment facilitator. So we want to create trust between buyer and seller. So we develop the e-commerce to demonstrate the concept. For example, now we have a buyer here. They want to buy something. She wants to buy.
His network is bad.
So the seller provide a link and she clicks. So when she clicks and pay, this system microdeal will take account value from her wallet, and then they will put into this escrow, and they will notify the seller to say that, okay, somebody placed an order and the money is waiting for you to fulfill your part. So they will confirm and say, okay, I have an order, the value is on escrow. So they will dispatch the item down to the buyer. So when the buyer receives the item, they will confirm to escrow that I have received my service.
Sorry, let's not.
And then
hold on. You're giving me the whole explanation. You're not answering my question directly. Anyway, if you're doing an e-commerce solution, you need to think about how you handle disputes, refunds, and figure out who is going to do the logistics. Are you the one doing the delivery? How do you get notification when item has been delivered? Is the user going to be registered on your platform, or can they check out as a guest? All of that. But what I think you should show us next, if you get to the final, is your partnership stack. You can't hold money, like we've said repeatedly, right? So you need to tell us, is this solution being sold to a bank, and is it going to be like a bank offering, right? How is it going to be presented to the public, and all of that kind of thing. So escrow in concept sounds nice, but you need to know, like what your partnership stack is, or who is offering the solution, how the customer would experience this solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take the feedback and comments.
One last feedback. If you're going to hold money, and money comes from the public, you need some form of CBN license that permits you to hold money from the public. Thank you.
Exactly. Of course, legal framework. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Team 59. Please take back the feedback and improve on your solution.
Okay.
Team 16.
Thank you.
Team 16. You can go ahead and present. Team 16, kindly confirm your attendance on the call. 16. Okay. Moving on to Team 14. Team 14 registered. Yes.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
My name is Ali Murtala. I'm from Team 16, Team Lead, Comical Hub. I'm sharing our screen.
Comic Hub is 14 registered.
Yes, 14.
Yes, that's Team 14. Please go ahead.
Okay.
This is the last team for the day.
Okay. Can you see my screen, ma?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Our solution is adoption of Enaira financial Enaira is adoption of financial services to develop services in that can drive financial inclusion by understanding the needs target audience. Enaira Mobile Cash by Comical Hub has eased and created a trust in accessing the financial services to the people who have no access to banking and financial services in Nigeria. Inclusive financial system indeed promotes economic growth, while the lack of financial inclusion pose major threats to economy, such as loss of opportunities for business growth and stunted economic growth. In the absence of finance, people who are not connected with the formal system lack opportunities. The pinpoint no bank in close locations of the local areas. The complications of verification by in the local access to creation of merchant with less difficulties and verification processes. Majority of our people in the rural areas have difficulties with creating an account, not because of anything, because they lack the education and feedback. We have solved the solution by bringing the services of the bank to them the cash product solution provides the needs of a customer secure easily execution of their transactions through using Enaira extended AI account at the POS merchant terminal. Differentiation: easy and less documentation process of the account. Phone number, payment services, e.g. fund transfer, cash deposit and withdrawals. Security at our is one of our core concerns, and the control of the software or the end customer. Use case, we have illustrated a process role that will give us an illustration of what we are trying to explain. You can see the agent, the bank or vendor, and then the end user or end customer can validate or verify himself, and then the agent can also tell that validate or verify him, then passes to initiate the agent can initiate transaction and at the same time execute the transaction. If the transaction is passed successfully, it goes back to the ending position, while the bank or vendor can have access to the agent portal, and at the same time can verify or validate the agent just for control, and then execute a transaction through the channel of the banking services, because we know that the Enaira channel or merchant account is linked to the banks. So how Comical of Enaira MobiCash works? The end user, POS agent, and bank or vendor. The end user, a common man in the village, have a chance to transfer their funds through conversion of their Enaira currency to conversion of the NGN, the actual Enaira currency, to Enaira generated token or QR code by the POS terminal agent, and then the token generated will be sent as evidence of the transaction to the end customer in his mobile phone. POS agent. The POS agent is the one who registered it's registered by the vendor, and is the one who actually collect the data of the end customer from the rural areas. The bank or vendor. The bank vendor has a portal on which they register or verify the POS agent. Market size. According to the World Bank 2021, 47% of the Nigerian population resides in the rural areas, which gives us a total available market of 96 million.
Team 14.
Yes, I can hear.
Yes,
I can hear you.
Your 5 minutes is up.
Yes,
we're going to head to the judges for question.
Okay.
So kindly share with the judges your demo, and they'll ask you questions accordingly.
Okay. Well, as you can see here, we expect an agent or a merchant of an e-wallet account has his own wallet address, and by just inputting the e-wallet account and submit it, e-wallet address, submit it, it gives him an access to his portal. He can actually see the transactions he run that day, or register a transaction of an end customer. These are the basic information needed by the agent on the end customer portal. We'll capture his name and mobile phone number. As we know, the mobile phone number is linked to the end. This next, going to the next section. It will ask him whether it is a deposit or a withdrawal or a transfer. And then he will input the amount. It will generate a QR code and a token. Then the token ID will be sent to the end customer mobile phone number. So it's not fully completed the program, but I hope this illustrates the idea. of what we are working on currently. So I'm sorry, I did not show you the report of whether the customer's transaction.
Sorry, before you go further, this your agent sign up, so that you don't, for verification purposes, and you're sure you're registering the right person, as opposed to taking the phone number and now trying to get the NIN backend. I think what your agent should register people with is the NIN. So when they input the NIN and they click on verify, it will pull out the customer's details: first name, last name, surname, date of birth, the phone number registered to it, and it will also show you a picture to verify that that person is truly that person. So as opposed to requesting for phone number, please switch that to NIN and then get the data from your NIN verification.
Okay, ma'am. So the agent or the merchant can actually view the transactions of the end customers, and you can see the token generated. So in
can I just ask a quick question
of the end customer? Yes, sir.
Is it your platform that we're making the call to the NIN database?
Yes, we actually an API. We are going to link it to an API that will get information of the end customer.
So in terms of creating the wallet now, so the agent, you first enroll the agent on your platform, correct? Hello? You'll have to enroll the agent on your platform, right?
Hello, I can hear it. Yes, no. The agent is already enrolled by the bank for control purposes. So the agent is more like the e-wallet merchant or a normal agent who uses POS services, but not as equal as the POS agent services.
Okay.
Because
so
POS agent services,
I understand. So how will the POS agent utilize your platform? Is it through the POS device?
Yes, of course. As you.
Okay.
No. This is an application. We drive at what we call frugality. Yes, I'm listening.
So I said again.
I said we drive at what we call frugality. It's simplicity of achieving an application in a costless.
I'm not talking about
system.
Yes, I heard that. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to walk myself through the process. So is the POS device that speaks to your platform?
It's an application. Yes, system is a service. It's like a POS machine. It can be installed in a mobile phone, just like a wallet.
Okay, so the agent will have a smartphone. The POS agent.
Yes, as you can see here. Yes, the POS agent, as you can see here, he already have a wallet of Enaira, so he can actually log in with his own wallet address, or if he has another commercial bank.
So what I mentioned
by
earlier
logging in, it will fetch the API.
So the POS agent will have to enroll himself on your platform.
No, he just have to log in. The enrollment is done by the banks. And if you have existing wallet, e.g. Enaira wallet, he can just put his wallet here and the API will fetch the information he has. So it's an extended wallet here.
Sorry, what's your name again?
My name is Aliu Murtala.
Ali, okay. Aliu, you see, what the solution you are pitching is an area of considerable interest, which is why we are going back to the small steps that connects the person with a feature phone with an existing infrastructure, which is the POS agent, and the existing infrastructure with the POS device, And the assumption here is that the POS agent has a feature phone, has a smartphone. Now, how all those how all those interact with your platform, and for your platform to speak to NIN database to authenticate the NIN to proceed with actually the onboarding process on behalf of the unbanked. That is where I am having some difficulty.
Yes.
So
yes,
I'm not. You may not have an answer immediately, but
here, the phone number, because currently majority of phone numbers, I would say almost every phone number.
I think one of the judges already mentioned that phone number. There's a superior option, which is the NIN. You get?
Okay.
Because when you use a phone number, because
yes,
on the Enaira platform, we have a lot more resources available to us to do all that and all the time in the world, including the second stage authentication. Yes. But at that remote level, you need to make it a lot simpler and cut through additional layers of infrastructure.
Yes.
Meaning that NIN may be the most appropriate. So the platform just makes one call and gets an answer immediately without necessarily going through several layers of another infrastructure to get the information that it needs.
Yes, sir. Sir, if we add the inclusion of phone number and NIN, is it okay? Because majority of our people in the rural areas, because I currently reside in the rural areas, some don't have complete registration of this NIN number, but some do have. So actually, if we have an option, like an addition of the option, which gives the registration of NIN, and at the same time with the mobile number, is that okay on the system?
No, I understand. Okay, just that it's taking a bit of time. We fully understand that challenge in the remote areas. We're very clear on that. Sir. But remember, you must have a NIN at some point. Because if you have a phone number, remember they are supposed to have NIN to authenticate that phone number for it to remain open and active. You remember?
Yes.
It's a government directive. It's not just anybody saying so, and for valid reasons as well.
Okay.
So building it on a model, or building your model on an option that has a limited lifespan, limits the options available to you now in terms of the architecture of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because very soon it becomes inoperable. So what do you then do?
Yeah.
You go back to the architecture all over again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, team.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you very much, our judges, for giving us time today. Thank you very much, team, for your presentation. Please take all the feedback given and use it to improve your solution further. We will reconvene tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Chair.